and welcome back. Oh my god, oh god. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back to another week, another edition of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 13. I'm, of course, your host, Live VIP, and with me, I'm joined by my lovely plushies, lovely people in the chat, the players in the tournaments, and all the raiders as well. Big shout out to Juggernaut Jason. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session. For those that are tuning in, this is a very special tournament. This is a bi-weekly region-locked event. Region locked to North America, Latin America, Oceania, and Southeast Asia. And here we go. We're diving into this. Spawning in the bottom right-hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Terran player. It is Spiffy B. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Dave Testa. Usually a caster, but tonight he is going to be a player. Again, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the bracket yourselves. We have quite a stacked bracket here. When it comes to the big names, when it comes to the more well-known names in the bracket, we do have Vindicta, we have Nina as well, Sephiron, and Stardash as your kind of more iconic players. We're missing some of our more regulars, I should say. Trigger isn't here, Nice isn't here, which makes sense. They've been busy with ESL Masters, they've been busy with other events, so I don't blame them for not rocking up here this week. It is a bit of a shame that we don't get to see them. You know, every single week we get to cover them and all the PvPs and all that good stuff. Hon Mono is missing this week as well. No, Hon Mono. No, I almost said Kashin. I'm thinking of the Zerg player. Okay. No, Reaper, unfortunately. But it's all good. I believe this week we may have a new champion as well. Vindicta has had some deep runs before, but again, he hasn't quite been a champion. We haven't had Nina here before either. I believe it's her first time. Gonna be looking to walk that royal road. Until then, we're just getting into this series. Love to see the turtle. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. Until then, again, we do have a pretty economic opener. It's going to be a Rax Expand here out of Spiffy B. Likewise, Dave Testa is known for his aggression. Just getting into this, of course, Dave Testa usually is casting this event as well alongside us, but here he's going to be playing for now until his tournament run does end. And Dave, he's known for his cheese. He's known for his aggression. We're going for a Proxy Pylon. I'm feeling... Are we going to throw down a Proxy Stargate and just go for some Void Rays? If so, it is a late variation of this, but I'm curious how this is all going to come together. Yep, it's going to be the Stargate. Now, unfortunately, this is a Proxy Stargate after the Nexus, so this is... Yeah, this is a unique variation of going for the Proxy. Regardless of Void Ray is going to be on the way, the Adept does rock up, and it is going to be focused down. Another best trade, one Adept for a Marine. As we have the Stargate, we have the Gateway as well. We saw this last week, or last edition, in Dave Testa versus, I want to say it was Hon Mono. Yeah, it was Dave Testa versus Hon Mono on Alcyone. Didn't quite find the success he was looking for, but against Spiffy B, maybe he can. Against Spiffy B, more of a Masters player. A little bit lower on the totem pole, so we could maybe cause that upset. Here comes a Void Ray on the way as well. Cyclone being dragged out of position, but actually it may... decide to turn back around. So far, yeah, he's gonna go and check, he's gonna scout, and he does come across the Proxy. Oh, there's a Stalker. Does get caught out. Shield battery out of range. Second Stalker goes down as well, and that's not just his pylon. We can try to focus it down. We're a couple of seconds away. It looks like the Void Ray will finish. By the pylon, it gets depowered. Void Ray going ham, takes down both Cyclones, but the Marines, they take down the Void Ray, everything gets shut down, and Dave Testa back at home is in a really rough position. Oh, he does have some other tech though. He threw down a Twilight Council, and that is a Dark Shrine. Again, this is kind of the downside of this proxy that he went for, is that he was taking up in so many different directions that, of course, it did end up weakening this in the end. But Spiffy B rocks up, and he is going to, again, shut this down. Additional Cyclones are on the way. He's getting into his 3-1-1 setup. What we expect to see here on two bases, and Spiffy B is soon to push out. And what is there at home to defend? Other than the Dark Shrine, of course. These DTs, they could maybe allow Dave Testa to hold on a little bit longer. What do we have to work with? We have a couple of bases. We do have some scans available, and I'm sure SpiffyB is aware of the reputation that Dave has. Again, a very cheesy, very aggressive player. I'm sure he is aware. So here we go. We're going for a drop into the main base. The Dark Shrine, it's gonna get scouted. It has been seen. We can focus on some more of these Stalkers as well. Hot pickup, we do save the Cyclone, the control Bappy. Let's go. We save the Cyclone, we take down more of these Stalkers as well. The DT does reveal itself. And again, SpiffyB is aware to hold on to energy to save for those scans. Potentially even getting into a Raven. But now Dave is stuck on 2 bases. He has a decent economy, is what I will say. Not ideal. SpiffyB is ahead, don't get me wrong, but Dave not too far behind. Again, tech-wise, though, Blink it just now starts. Without it, he is lacking map control. Lacking much of a presence. Liberator comes into the main base, and here comes the main push. The Archon. Archon barely going to be able to hold on. Probes, they're going down in the main. Overcharges pop. We're going to try to hold on with 1 Archon and a couple of Zealots. But it's out of range. Archon, it's going to go down out of range of the shield battery. And SpiffyB, he is looking to snowball out of control. As he breaks through the natural, there are a couple of DTs to defend. We should have a scan available. Yeah, we do, thankfully. A couple of swipes come in. Where's the scan? Scan's a little bit delayed. 1 Cyclone goes down. The Archon's being morphed in. Dave, he's barely holding on. Up. But the Liberator's not done. Nowhere near, as a couple more probes are going to be going down. And behind this, we have reinforcements on the way. Stim has completed combat shields, just now starting, so SpiffyB doesn't have the most ideal upgrade setup here, but regardless, he's working towards it. And he is looking to push towards that natural. Again, he just needs to be on point with his scans for the most part. You have the army coming up, but it's a bit of a kitchen sink here. We got an Archon, a couple of sentries, an Immortal. Against Pure Marine, this doesn't do too poorly. But really, we were distracting the army. This, the Liberator, the Freedom. It's too much, man. Getting another 6 probe kills in the main. Here we go. SpiffyB just going to be, yeah, rallying his reinforcements across the map. Macro, for the most part, has been on point. Again, his Marines, they're struggling to work through that Archon, but there is no shield battery here at the natural. It hasn't been rebuilt, no overcharge. We should have enough to break through. Addition. Force field, the DT doesn't reveal itself. Do we have a scan? We do. The friendly fire. Oh my god. A lot of friendly fire on those Marines, but we bust through nonetheless. There's another DT here on top of the ramp. We do have another scan. And GG is going to get called. SpiffyB taking game number 1. GG. Again, we were lucky enough to cast him last week as well, and he did well for himself, all things considered. Did well for himself, and here he's going to be able to take that first game as well. Just setting things up here. Correcting the teams. Bam. There we go. Beautiful. And oh, I just realized my mistake. Un momento, papi, un momento. Yeah, there we go. But we will go over the bracket once we wrap up this series. Once we have a little bit of time to ourselves, we'll go over the brackets and go over all the matches, go over any updates that we have as we get ready for game 2. And again, here in the first round, we do have more of these lesser known players facing off, which I'm more than happy to feature, of course. More than happy to feature them. And if you're in the chat, if you're interested in competing, like a lot of these players, especially in the first round, they're, you know, Diamond, they're Masters. We even have a Gold player. Shout out to Sounder. Sounder, a regular viewer of the channel. He's out there fighting his heart out. Always. Always appreciate Sounder taking part. Now again, the only restrictions that we have is regional restrictions. Only region. And here we go, spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Hecate. We have the American Terran, the Green Terran. It is Spiffy B. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss, typically a caster, but here as a player representing Berserker Esports. It is Dave Testa. Here we go. We are going to be moving out. But again, a big shout out to Juggernaut Jason as well. Thank you. Maybe one day we can see Jason compete in our events. Maybe. Would be great to see. For now, we're just getting into the swing of things. Once again, Spiffy B going for a Rax expand. Probe is coming in for a bit of a scout. Just being as annoying as possible. But for the most part, Spiffy B should be able to expand and should be able to get into the swing of things here. Now, I don't imagine, like, again, Dave Testa, he's a very cheesy player. I don't imagine he's going to be going for a proxy Stargate again 2 games in a row, especially after having a hard time in game 1. But I'm sure we're going to be seeing something different here. I'm ready for it. Again, Hecate is a very large map, a lot of areas to traverse. We could see some ninja bases. There's a lot of places to throw down our proxy if we really did want to. If you want to really make something like that work. For now, Gate Cyber Expand, standard opener here from Dave Testa. Nothing too wild, not yet. And I'm all for some more standard play. Something that we did see last week, or 2 weeks ago at this point, is that Dave Testa had some really good disruptor control. We saw him against Hon Mono, and obviously Hon Mono, he's a pro player, and he was favored coming into it. But we saw some really good moments where Dave Testa was able to land some juicy purification overs once he got into the swing of things, once he got into some 3-base saturation, or 2 to 3 base saturation. He was able to work wonders with those disruptors. We'll see if we can see that again. For now, Reaper dips into the main. We do get eyes on the tech of choice. It's going to be a Stargate opener here from Dave Testa. Not a Twilight Council. Yeah, it is going to be that Stargate. We do have a proxy pylon out on the map as well. I'm curious how we're all going to piece this together. Now, with this Stargate opener, I imagine it's going to be Oracles. With this Proxy Pylon, we can warp in some adepts across the map. We can look to try to get out of control with some economic damage. Reaper's going back in. Again, I'm sure Spiffy, he wants to get a read on what exactly is being produced. We do have a Phoenix on the way. Okay, you have my attention. The beginnings of Phoenix Colossus, perhaps? Definitely possible. Phoenix is now in production. Back at home, Spiffy going into his 1-1-1. Again, was an economic opener, was a CC on the low ground, and now getting into his starport. Reaper dips back in. Again, looking for any further tech, trying to outmaneuver that adept. And we do get eyes on the Phoenix. And the additional Phoenix is being produced. So good scout overall here by Spiffy. Meanwhile, that is a proxy gateway across the map. Robo is on the way. And I imagine this is to get into Phoenix Colossus. I imagine. But we'll see. It's, you know, I'm not an expert on how Dave Testa plays. I don't know. Sure, he has his own play styles and his own tendencies. Reaper does go down. And back at home, we're just settling into this. Spiffy B getting into the rest of his production, getting into his 3-1-1 setup. Again, everything looking pretty standard here for our Green Terran player. Nothing out of the norm. Ooh, we have a Forge on the way. Interesting. Okay. Are we still going to go into Colossi? I'm curious. If we get into a Forge, if we get into fast upgrades, we could try to go for a Twilight Council in charge, but yeah, we're going for a Safety Immortal. Safety Immortals on the way. Alongside this, we should typically see a Bay. But now Adepts are threading a shade into that mineral line. Spiffy not quite coming across them. Yep, there we go. There's that Bay. Nice. So very tech heavy here. This is very greedy out of Dave Testa. I would love to see his Phoenixes be a little bit more active here. So the way this works is this Stargate opener and the Phoenixes, they give you map control. They shut down drop play, they can pick away at units, they can even threaten the mineral lines and force BVB to turn back around. And they give you the freedom to actually get away with rushing and taking into Colossus, just because this is all off of 2 gateways. 1 proxied, 1 at home. So we have very limited production. But the Phoenixes were kept at home instead, which means this move out is not scouted. And this move out has a lot of potential. Stim is still in the way, it's only vanilla Marines. Adepts, they do shade into the main, but Cyclones are waiting for them. They are going to be shut down. Meanwhile, it looks like the Phoenixes did come across the drop. One of them almost went down. SPVB got a pull back. And Dave Testa, he's getting away with this. The bay is about to finish up. There we go. First Colossus is in production. Third base as well. All off of these 2 gateways and with very limited army here as well. SPVB just going to pull back in the end. He goes for the scan. He does get eyes on the tech. Phoenix is immortal. He doesn't see the bay, but he should recognize that a Colossus is on the way. And he's working on his own 3rd CC behind this. SPVB going to be pushing. I'm not too fond of this. I don't know if we really need to. I mean, we don't have any tanks behind this, unfortunately, so yeah, much more mobile army. Instead, we're going to be going for a drop at the same time. Okay, this I can get behind. So we have a main push that's going to threaten the 3rd base, and we have a drop going into the main. We'll see if Dave Testa can split up his army. He has some shield battery set up at the natural. He has a 2nd Colossus in production. He doesn't have much of an army. He doesn't have blink. So his army isn't too mobile either. Here we go. The army has been spotted. We're going to try and focus down some of these Phoenixes. We don't get any of them. SPVB is being pushed back, but at the same time, he goes for the double jump into the main base. We do not have a recall. Oof, workers are going down. We can threaten some of the production as well. We're going straight for the pylons. Pylons going to be going down, depowering the Stargate. Do you have... Oh my god, the mines! Every single Phoenix is going to go down. Big pickoffs. Without the Phoenixes, we cannot punish this medevac. It can escape. So a decent amount of damage. What's important is that Dave Testa's economy wasn't touched too much. I mean, lost mining time, yes, but did only lose 4 workers. And his Colossus count is still looking strong. He's on 2 Colossi. We have a 3rd Colossus in production as well. So he's going to have a pretty terrifying ground army here. And SPVB is still heavily reliant on a biomine. A mine drop here, getting another 4 workers. Not too bad. Drop coming back into the main. Again, Dave Testa being pulled out of position. Probes are forced to fight the Marines even. Not ideal. More workers are going down. Ay, ay, ay. 10 probes in total. Dave getting back into Phoenix production. Again, he's aware that he needs something to deal with these drops. And SPVB, he's getting out of control economically. Like, macro-wise, SPVB, he's just overwhelming Dave. I will put emphasis a little bit more on this army, though. It's less than ideal when going up against 3 Colossi. It's a very fragile army. Very fragile. But here come the ghosts. You know, shout out to the Terran player. He has been able to tech up here towards Viking production, Ghost production. That's a 2nd starport on the way. Drop came back in, is cleaned up. And it does feel like Dave is being outscaled in a way. Thankfully, he's now getting into disruptors. Still only off of 1 rover. Still not the best economy here. We definitely can be seeing a 4th base. For now, a scan reveals the lack of additional gases. Another scan does reveal the entire army as well. So SPVB, he's at least aware of what he's up against. And with the lack of Phoenixes, we can keep going for drop play. There we go. We have a mine drop coming towards the 3rd. Mine drop moving towards the main. The proxy has finally been found. And SPVB should be able to shut it down as well. And he doesn't have to push. He can just build up his Viking count and his Ghost count. And eventually it's going to force Dave to counterattack as SPVB is about to max out. we got the mine drops are coming in. Do have a couple of cannons. Oh my god, but the shots are looking good nonetheless. 6 workers go down at the same time and drop into the third base as well. We don't have a reaction. We don't have a reaction and the mines go off. Oh, taking down 14 workers, and Dave, he's stuck back at home, stuck trying to deal with this. Mines are being cleaned up. The economy is in shambles. And we're getting into Sky Toss as another mine shot goes off. They were able to reset. But yeah, we have +1 air attack, Storm on the way, second Robo. Again, a bit of everything. Which if we're able to have enough time, it can all come together, don't get me wrong. But the economy is what is suffering, and without a good economy, we can't actually make use of all of this. Fourth base soon to be on the way. It was delayed thanks to this mine. Big shout to Tater Tutor gifting a sub to Cyberjohn. Gracias, Tater Tutor. Gracias. And here we go. Spiffy B is pushing right through the center. He has maxed out. And Dave has a decent army here. He's getting in position, but there are so many Vikings. We're looking for the EMPs. Storm is done. Storm's going to be connecting here with the, oh my god, with the Vikings, but the EMPs are insane. And I think that was the final Storm. We can push forward. We need some juicy Novas, and even then, decent connections. But we need more than just disruptors. Alas, the main army is lacking. The Vikings land behind this as well, trapping the disruptors, trapping the stalkers. Oh! Ooh. Big connection once again, but Spiffy B, he has too much. He overwhelms the army. Boys are being pulled. GG, well played gets called. Except Esther Dave. And Spiffy B will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the next round. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Spiffy, and my condolences to Dave Tester. But I hope he enjoyed himself nonetheless. He was able to more or less get into the swing of things here in game number 2. Game 1 was a little bit chaotic, and game 1 was, yeah, we don't need to talk about game 1. But game 2 was a little bit more back and forth at least. And yeah, they were able to, was able to at least get into, you know, somewhat 3-base saturation. And with that, Spiffy B will advance on in the tournament. And Dave, I believe, is going to be casting from here, and I'll let him know. Let him know that he can follow Spiffy B into his next opponent, as we do have a look at the bracket. Let's go. Let us go, as we do have our results coming in. Spiffy, he takes down Dave Tester 2-0. He's going to be up against Nina in the next round. So usually we would follow Dave Tester, Spiffy into Nina. We'd follow them here on this channel. But Dave Tester, he's also going to be casting in English. And I did let him know that he can follow that series, just so he has like a secure series to follow. And I'm sure he'd love to watch Nina against his previous opponent. We'll find another series to jump on instead. Again, just to make sure that Dave, he's got something to cast. All good, all good. All good. And we are going to be getting into our next series. As we have some other matches, we do have Patches taking down Erebus Black 2-0. Patches advancing on to the next round to face off against Sephiron. We have Quito versus Di Stefano. Oh, I was looking at that series earlier. I kind of wanted to dive on it. Currently underway, the winner goes up against Vindicta. We have Sounder versus Dingles. Winner faces off against Star Dash in the next round. And yeah, that is all the matches that are currently taking place. Again, more of the big name GMs are waiting in the quarterfinals, like Nina, Sephiron, Vindicta, and Star Dash. And we'll see if any upsets can occur, and we'll see if You can stop any of them from advancing on to the semifinals. I'm ready for it. I am ready for it. Until then, we are going to be taking a moment, though, to kind of try to find a series to jump on. Right now, I'm tempted to kind of leave Dave Tesla here on the upper half of the bracket, and then we can kind of delve into the lower half. So, yeah, I'm hoping to try and catch a series here. Potentially waiting for Quito and Di Stefano to come out of game. Just it's been so long since I've casted Vindicta. It's been so long. Miguelito, man. Miguelito. Try to jump on that. We'll try to jump on that. So, yeah, I guess for now we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have, hopefully, a series for you. Catching up in the chat. Catching up, man. So we can join that Metal League level, huh? Yeah, yeah. Any league, Poppy. Any league. Any league. Let's go. Is this the same bee that plays AoE as well? I believe that's a different bee. I believe. Catching up. What level are these guys? Both players are Masters 3. Both players are Masters. For those that were curious. And yeah, for now, I guess we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have another series for you. I promise. And yeah, enjoy the duct tape, at least until then. Enjoy the duct tape. If you do want to support, or if you do want to support this tournament, Matcherino in the chat. We have a Patreon as well. They both do fund our events. They fund these tournaments. We do what we can for some of these smaller regions in the scene in StarCraft. Again, you know, we have the KSL funding the Korean scene. We're doing our best for the American scene as well. We're doing our best. Until then, I'm going to be going on a short break. We'll see you guys soon. Oh my god. Immortal?
Immortal? Gonna get
Wait,
taken out for free?
What?
No.
It survived?
Living up to its aim.
It's on 4 HP. It has no right to live, but somehow the Immortal survives. The SCV finished him off. It's got 1 kill. The SCV killed the Immortal.
That is a cinematic goddamn shot.
Oh my god.
SCV atop of a pile of Immortal. Jesus.
Like, that SCV deserves a medal, but like, no one's gonna live to tell the tale. Like, no one's gonna be able to survive long enough to let everyone know that that SCV was a hero.
This Overlord, though, if the Overlord positioned to the north of Papa Panda Space catches a Mutus, that could give it ample time for Numinator to react. But I think even with the, like, yeah, they are going to see their Mutus, but I think he just slows down the Hydra Den, right, at this stage.
No, here's the thing. Papa Panda is showing the Mutalisks, and now they're making Roaches, so the Roaches are going to be the surprise.
That's actually wild. I love that.
This is insane.
It's beautiful.
I remember you looking very differently, but you know, I'm not judging.
Yeah, the camera adds £5, even though last time you saw me it was with the camera as well. But
why would the camera pay you? See what I did there? Yeah.
European humor. Hey, lad, do you know why it's got 2,000 atmospheres?
Why is it called 2,000 atmospheres, Chase?
Because it's under the sea and there's 2,000 atmospheres of pressure.
But I believe they have their own like studio or like kind of complex where they have all their players rock up and stuff, and it's cool that they do support Ranger the way that they do. Yeah, a lot of the C players. It's cool that they were able to find that support.
Yep, little community but very tight knit. It's the best. I love you, light.
I wasn't expecting that. I love you
Say
too,
it
Chase.
back.
I love you too.
Worst love story than Twilight. Blackburn LE. What does LE stand for? Like, what's it stand for?
LE stands for liquid and danger. What does that mean, Chase?
Ellie was my first high school crush.
Oh my god. Why do you keep bringing her up? Why do you keep bringing her up, Chase?
I can't let her go, man. I can't do it.
Oh my god.
Every time that's why I stopped playing tournaments. Every time I saw Ellie, it reminded me of. But yes, Blackburn, ladder edition,
Shaking my head, mate. Shake my head. This
Ellie
guy,
edition.
this guy thinks it's ladder edition, man. Oh my.
I was maxed out, but I
Yeah,
didn't
we
know
were
what I
both
was hitting.
Yeah, exactly. We were both maxed out, but like we
Yeah.
couldn't target fire or anything.
So you can see the big difference here in the teams. If you look at the army value graph, it's we're all pretty much the same here, except for the two Protosses. The two Protosses shoot up, and then one of them plummets to the ground. The other doesn't. You can see here in the graph the players.
Senator, I would like you to, Mr. Judge, I would like you to notice that you.
Exhibit number 1. What is the opposite of stone?
You see,
I
it's
had a
going
bit of
up,
army.
just in the wrong way.
Yeah.
Oh. And welcome to Battle for Americas. It is I, Milk and Cookies. Ha! Psych! I'm the host today, not Light. I'm here joined by Light, actually. I had no idea you were counting down. I thought we were still going through that whole, like, oh, you need permission from Darkings? So I was just like, oh. And I heard your mic beep, and I was like, oh crap, he undeafened and unmuted himself.
What do you want? I asked you if you're ready, and you're like, yes.
I was ready, and then you didn't count down right away. So I was like, and then you left. I was like, oh, I guess he left. Like, we're waiting. And I was like, oh, all right then. No, they got to pick up and go. These medevacs are gonna get cleaned up.
Oh, yeah, everything's gonna be going down. The Marauder gets sent down and it's running away because it can't shoot up. Get home, buddy. Get home.
Why are you running?
Oh, can he escape?
Why are you running?
Stalker's like, where's that fucking Marauder? Come here.
Look at his legs go. Oh no, this thing right out.
Oh, unfortunate.
Yeah, literally any damage right now for Patience is going to be incredible. Huh.
Is Patience trying to convert the building? What is
You know,
happening?
I don't think I've ever seen this before. Let's see what happens.
No.
Literally nothing.
Oh, god damn it. Alright. Oh my god. And you know what that means?
Kuro, come here and do the Spanish intro.
That means Kura needs to jump in. Yeah. Yeah.
All right, I'll go back to watching Frozen.
Watching Frozen again?
No, I was just kidding.
Oh my god. Krop.
I
I am not doing Spanish.
You are doing the Spanish intro.
I'm
Milk,
not
it's your
doing
fault.
Spanish.
You got played
I did-
into it. All
I
right.
did like 3 times. I did it like 3 times. This is your turn. I'm
Listen,
not doing a
listen.
Spanish intro.
I don't control it, okay? The people control it. All right. It's not my fault that you just happen to activate Vortex's trap card. All right. You played into his hands. He looked at you dead in the eye. He's like, "Oh yeah, Spanish intro, huh? Look what I got right here."
Curry's got you there. It's your fault, really. Like,
It's
You know what
boring.
that, you know
I
what that
do it,
means?
like, every
you just
time I
you just need
cast.
more people to you just need more people to contribute before someone gets 16K. I'm just saying.
oh god, you know what, Curry, he's not wrong. Like, you're the one who spent the points on the Spanish intro. You should have waited for
Okay,
Vortex. You should have waited.
listen.
You should have waited.
Now you say that, but when you and the other cast, you're like, no, we're gonna do it for the finals. We can wait. But when I can, suddenly, the rules change.
5 minutes later.
Pack the wings, so he was forced to look at it, and he throws out the spores. Oh no, he's not surrounding it properly.
Oh no, this is gonna get sniped.
That's it.
GG, just like that. GG, I'm done. I'm out. Bye.
Not like this. Oh god. F's in the
5
chat.
minutes, 40 seconds.
GG.
There you go, Vortex. That's what you get.
I bet the Spanish
No.
intro would have been longer than the game. Let's be honest.
It would have.
It would be. But also, I don't think it's, I can do the Spanish intro every cast. Come on.
That's what he wants. That's what the chat wants.
And welcome
that's
back, everyone. Welcome back. I apologize for cutting the duct tape short, but we have our next series, our next matchup. I apologize for the extended break as well, but we have found our players. I believe Quito was able to take down Di Stefano in a 2-1 score. Went all the way to the ace match, and now he has found himself amongst one of the best Terran players in the Americas, because spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta, aka Migs, aka Miguelito. Miguelito, papi. Let's go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have as opponent, we have the yellow Terran player representing Clan Niabla? I'm not too sure. It is Quito. Let us go. Just quickly double checking, and yeah, Quito. Oh, from Argentina. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Niabla. Yeah, there we go. From Argentina, papi. From Argentina. I had no idea. His nationality was from Argentina. Do love to see it. We have found ourselves in the midst of a TVT. Quito looking to go for a more economic Rax expand setup here. Meanwhile, Mig's going for a double gas opener, a lot more aggressive here from our red Terran player. He's looking to zoom on by, looking to blaze through this, and we'll see if Quito can keep up. Again, with a double gas opener, we can gain access to a faster factory and a faster starport as well. So aggression is on the table for the red Terran. Should I update the nameplate? Should I do like? Should I? Bam. Do we want Migs or do we want Vindicta? Which I can do both. I guess for now Vindicta, just in case someone tunes in, they're like, who the hell is Migs? What's going on, papi? Who is this? Vindicta. For now, though, yeah, we do have, again, an economic opener out of Quito, going for a Rax expand, as we saw, because of the single gas opener. Reaper is on the way, and Migs, how aggressive, how committed are we going to be here? Again, of course, there is a bit of a skill gap. We were talking in the chat earlier about how, again, this event is open to all leagues, to limited regions, of course, to the Americas, Latin America, Oceania, and Southeast Asia. So the regions are limited, but open to everyone. And we had a lot of diamond players sign up, a lot of masters players, even a couple of gold players as well. It was really cool to see. But amongst them, we have the pro players. We have the GMs as well. And here we go. Migs is going to be pushing in, going to be delaying the expansion on the low ground. Does take down or does delay that CC. The SCV did survive. I mean, props to Quito for keeping it alive, actually. Very nicely done. Migs losing one SCV, Quito losing nothing. But that was merely the beginning, because we have more Reapers on the way. We're getting into Hellion production as well, so we're committing to Reaper Hellion. We dive in, we shoot first. No, and the Reaper is going to go down. This can snowball very quickly out of control. Quito evacuating that natural base. He does fully wall off. Cyclone, it just now starts. The Cyclone was delayed. Oh, and you got to be crisp. You need to be crisp here when you're up against a player like Vindicta. Marine does come out, but one Marine is not going to be enough, and we have more reinforcements on the way. Aye, boys are being pulled. We're going to have to repair, but if we get closer, we're going to get hit by the splash damage of that Hellion. Oof. Yeah, and again, Quito just panicking a little bit. The Cyclone is about to pop out. With the help of the Cyclone, we should be able to hold on. We should be able to force this back. Okay, the lock-on is real. We barely don't get the Reaper. The wall is going to burn down as well. That is going to supply block Quito quite heavily, actually. He's trying to get into his 1-1-1. Behind this, Migs getting into his... Oh, getting into a tech lab on that starport. We have a Raven on the way. And this is getting out of hand. This is already becoming too much. Quito, to break free from that supply block, did call down the supply on that depot. Cyclone moves up, but one Cyclone on its own. We can dive on it. As Migs behind this is getting into his own CC on the low ground, getting ahead economically. Taking down the SCV and just containing Quito here to one base even. The Cyclone barely survives. The second Cyclone does arrive as well. Again, a big part of this is just because of the delayed production here from Quito. Ooh, did snowball out of control. Another Cyclone goes down, and Migs, he's not done. Vindicta is not done as he is barely going to outrange that Marine. The CC does complete. We can float it back to safety, back to the main base. It is going to be burning. And Migs, he's just not stopping, not slowing down. He does have a third CC behind this. He's just getting further and further ahead. And it's on Quito to try to survive. The scan into the main reveals the lack of production, or the Raxes that are still on the way. And Migs is just rallying everything across the map. Liberator going to try and hold on. Autotar gets thrown down. Now we're able to trade well against the Marines. The Raven survives. 2 Marines make it out of there. Aye. And here comes another Raven. Again, the only thing keeping Migs at bay here is the Lib. The Lib, we're getting ambitious. He wanted the Raven. Wanted the Raven. Autotar, no, is going to go down, but so does the Raven. Good pickup from Quito, but alas, he's still just being contained to his one base. And finally, Vindicta has broken in. He's broken through. Busting into the main. A tank does arrive. But really, Quito, he's just struggling to hold on to what little he has. Behind this, Migs, he's just getting his third. Getting into his 3-1-1 setup. Gonna be landing it soon on location. The disable is real, and this tank can now get within range. Again, the tank is under fire. The factory as well. Repairs. It's not going to quite be good enough. As the Autotar's thrown down, the tank falls as well. The factory, the tank will not come out. And that's all she wrote. That's all we had left. GG, well played, it's called, and Migs. Vindicta does take game number 1. GG. Quito, he was just trying to survive. He was just trying to survive, and things just went from bad to worse from the early game. Remember, Vindicta, he was able to kill the first Reaper. He was able to deny the natural base and contain his opponent before Quito could really even get his first Cyclone up and running. From that moment forward, Vindicta, he was in control. He was in the driver's seat and just did not allow Quito to get back into that game. And now we are getting into game number 2. I'm really curious what the map is going to be. Again, the rush distance by ground on Golden Ore is relatively short. Ooh, likewise on this one. Game 2, Oceanborn. Oh boy. And I'm curious if Kito is going to adjust. You know, props to Kito. You know, in game 1, he's like, you know what? I'll go for an economic opener. I'll play straight up against Migs. I'll go for a gate expand. Or sorry, a rack expand even. Here in game 2, I expect that to change. I expect Kito to be like, okay, you know what? I tried to do things the macro way, the honorable way. Now it's time to cheese. Now it's time to proxy. I want to believe. Or at least go for a double gas opener. We'll see. We'll see what Kito, what he brings to the table and how he adjusts now that game 1 is kind of in the books. Again, he's tried the macro way. Do we try the cheese? We'll see. For now, getting into that second game and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Argentinian Terran player, the yellow Terran from Argentina, papi, representing Niebla. It is Kito. Oh, sorry, Niebla. Oh, right. Yeah. Some reason my brain thought the E was an A. Niebla. It's upon us. Here we go. We'll see how our players do adjust. Again, Migs recently becoming more of a content man. Similar to following the footsteps of Ubu Thermal. A little bit bittersweet. It was a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, a while ago now at this point, where Vindicta did announce that he was retiring. Essentially, it was after he failed to qualify for the regionals of North America, or sorry, of the Americas in ESL Masters. After Migs wasn't able to make it through the closed qualifiers, he did announce his retirement, and as a result, he's been, of course, focusing on his IRL commitments, getting a job IRL, and he's been just playing and streaming in his free time instead, which is understandable. You know, it is again a little bit heartbreaking because Migs, he's one of my boys, he's one of my many kids, one of my many children. Feels bad, man. And yeah, a little bit sad to see that kind of story end in a way. I mean, he's still a part of the scene. He's still making videos whenever he can. So you know, you can never really leave. One of those things. StarCraft has been a big part of his life, and gonna try to keep that going for as long as he can. So much love to Vindicta. Behind this, we do see a shift. This is what I expected. Double gas opener out of Kito. A role reversal here. Migs going for a Rax expand. Okay. A single gas opener here from Vindicta. Double gas from Kito. So again, just a role reversal from the previous game. And you can see how to play this out safely here. We have the Marine, yes. Safety bunker on the low ground so the Marine stays alive. We do have that factory on the way, getting into the add-ons as well. This is a much cleaner opener here from Migs. And this is also why there can be value here playing despite being a lower league player. Kito now, of course, is going to have access to this replay, and he can learn from this, especially in a mirror matchup. He can study Migs' side of things and even learn to improve his own play. If you're curious yourself whether you want replays from Migs, Nina, some of the other players in this tournament, or even some of the other events we cast, like players like Cyril, Rainer, Clem, since we do cover Kung Fu Cup, and we do have permission to share replays, we do release replay packs for our subscribers. Our subscribers do get replay packs from most of the tournaments that we cast. Events like the Sparkling Tuna Cup, Tenacious Turtle Tussle, Grand Platypus Open, Kung Fu Cup, OSC King of the Hill, to name a few. We don't have permission to give replays of, or we don't have replays for WTL because we cast from a clean feed, and we don't have permission to share replays of ESL Open Cups. The ESL Open Cups, they are not shared to our subscribers, but all the other events, we share them. If you're interested. Otherwise, here we go. Kito going to be pushing here with going straight into tank production? Question mark instead of cyclones? I'm not too sure if I like this. We get the logo. The tank is under fire, and it's going to go down. An expensive loss here from Kito. I kind of glossed over it, but yeah, he went double gas into factory into tank production early on. Tanks, they can be powerful, don't get me wrong, but on their own, they are so vulnerable. They need support. And this early on, the first tank going down is massive. This is basically a 1-base all-in, a 1-1-1, very delayed CC. We're actually going to be getting it, but still a very committed push here from Quito, very committed build. Yeah, gets a Marine, but slow and steady. You know, with this tank push, slow and steady here. Vikings have already arrived. Got these Cyclones, they still pose a massive threat. They take down the Marines. The Marines go down. We can collapse on the tank as well. The juggling, the hot pickup. Migs barely keeping that Cyclone alive on 4 HP. And GG gets called. XD. Papi. It didn't work. GG, and Vindicta will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the semifinals. GG. GG, well played. And with that, Vindicta will take the series 2-0, advancing on here to the semifinals. My condolences to Quito, but I appreciate the effort. I appreciate the effort, and he himself knew that, mate, if we're rushing tanks like that, if we lose the first tank, it's difficult to recover from. It is going to be difficult, so GG, well played. And, yeah, with that, Vindicta is soon going to be facing off against his next opponent in the lower semifinals. But I believe we're going to be waiting here for a moment. Oh my god, wait, what? What's going on? I was looking at exclamation mark B. Exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. We do have a couple of updates coming in here. Again, Stardash did 2-0 Dingles, and Stardash is going to be facing off against Vindicta in the next round. That is going to be a more competitive matchup. Stardash, of course, is a GM player. He is a Filipino Protoss player that we have casted many times on this channel. So that is going to be a spicy matchup between Vindicta and Stardash in the semifinals. Meanwhile, Spiffy B apparently up 1-0. I'm trying to confirm this. This is not what's meant to happen. Yeah, apparently he's up 1-0. Crazy. But yeah, apparently Spiffy B, he took the first game up of Nina. I don't know if Nina was off racing. I'm not too sure if that is the case. It's possible, definitely possible that there was some off racing going on. I believe that's being casted by Dave Tester, so that is being covered by Dave. If you're in the chat, let us know. Let us know what the hell happened in game one, because that's wild. That is crazy. Meanwhile, Vindicta and Stardash, they're conducting the vetoes. Typically we would begin, but because both semis are being casted, we're gonna wait for Dave. We're gonna wait for Dave so we can all go in together, so we can cover all these matches as one. That's our goal, at least. So yeah, as a result, I'm either gonna jump into game 3 of Nina versus Spiffy B, or if they wrap up, then Dave will be joining me here in the lower semifinals of Vindicta versus Stardash. That is our current goal here. Our current goal. Likewise, Saffron versus Patches is still ongoing as well. Here we go. Oh god. Here we go. Just trying to set some things up. Trying to get things going here, as it looks like our players have just gotten out of game, but we are getting to the ace match, into game number 3. letting them know. Beautiful, beautiful. Yeah, just messaging some players, just making sure everything is on the up and up. Making sure that everything is as it should be. But again, Stardash versus Vendetta is going to be held for us, and we're going to be diving into that series once we wrap up with this best of 3 with this quarterfinals match. It is going to be Nina versus Spiffy B. Let's go. Beautiful. Sorry, I was just letting players know kind of the server rules, as to how things are going to play out, especially between the Philippines and the Americas. Just letting them know, and also letting them know that they're going to be casted after this final game. Here we go. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, of Hecate, we have the American Terran player, the green Terran, apparently in a tied-up series. It is Spiffy B. Oh my god. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player, the red Protoss representing Team Super. It is Nina, aka just a sloth. But here we go, Nina versus Spiffy. Apparently in the ace match, I have no idea what happened. I have no idea how we got here, but I'm ready for it. I'm here for it. Always, Pappy, always. As the TVP is upon us. I'm imagining some cheese, but again, I'm not too certain. I'm not too sure. Not too sure how it all did play out. But now the probe is going to be moving across the map, just going to be getting some scouting information. Again, it's very possible that Spiffy B did cheese at some point in this series, and that is why we're a little bit more vigilant here, or just being safe in general. Does make plenty of sense. Catching up in the chat. Makes greater than Vendetta. Exactly. For now, we can see Nina just being as annoying as possible. It is going to be a rack to spend economic opener here from Spiffy B. It's supposed to be economic, but this probe is just being such a nuisance, delaying the CC for so long. We're up to 500 minerals up. Oh, there we go. Finally, we get to throw it down. Very heavily delayed. Spiffy B, he was refusing to throw it down off center, and as a result, has been delayed by a couple of seconds. Not the biggest of deals, but a delay nonetheless. Meanwhile, behind this, Nina just going for a gate cyber expand. Standard opener here as well. So nothing too wild, nothing too aggressive here in the early game. Outside of this probe. This probe, of course, being a menace. Coming in, tasing away at that SCV. A Marine comes out, will save the SCV as well. Safety bunker is on the way. And yeah, Spiffy B is just getting into the swing of things so far. Crossing his T's, dotting his I's. Making sure that he's safe here on the low ground with that bunker. Adepts are making their way across the map. We're looking to shut down that Reaper. Oh. Reaper will go down. My apologies. I went to follow the Reaper, but I was apparently selected on the factory. So my apologies. Reaper does get shut down. And Nina's looking to delay. Oh my god, just barely delays the CC for an extra second, but it will finish. Again, good value here out of this Adept. Meanwhile, Spiffy B, he did get into the main base, was unable to see the tech though. The Twilight Council has not been scouted. It is going to be a blink opener out of Nina. Makes sense. Again, Nina's very micro-intensive. Should be to get into that blink. Meanwhile, the Marines, they caught out of the bunker. A bit of a miscontrol there from Spiffy B. Just caught out of position, and the Marines went down. The bunker is empty. we're going to try and force our way up the ramp here into the main base. The Widowmine has arrived. Spiffy trying to get into his own mine drops. Nina has control of the low ground for now. We should be able to push on forward. Yeah, the mine does burrow. And we can go back to mining. Up! The SCVs! Oh. SCVs do get picked off. And yeah, so far, again, just really good value here from these Stalkers. We're going for the drop across the map. It's going to be a bit of everything. The Heli in the mine, a couple of Marines. We are moving out. Behind this, Nina is going for a 2-gate blink opener into what looks to be a third base. So very standard, very economic here out of Nina. Again, when it comes to blink in a Twilight Council, there are different forms of aggression. You can go 2-gate blink, 3-gate blink, or even 4 gates. It's only 2, so we go into a faster third. Yeah, Nina working with the bare minimum amount of Stalkers. Drop comes into the natural base. Probes are going down. Oh, don't want to waste that mine shot. Oh, as the army is recalled back home. Nice bait on that mine. But 6 workers go down. Spiffy B, he is fighting back. The medevac. Medevac does go down. Nina maintains control of her bases. Across the map, we're getting into our 3-1-1 setup. A pretty standard here from our Terran. Everything looking as it should. And Nina now going to be pushing through the center. Again, doesn't have a way to reinforce, doesn't have the most amount of gateways behind this, but with Blink, with good enough control, Nina, she can trade well while she expands and while she saturates that third. Behind this, the Bay is on the way for Colossus production. Should be Colossus, it can be Disruptors, but it's a really risky kind of move to go for. We dive on top of the tank. First tank does go down. We're going to be trading on some Stalkers, though. I believe 2 Stalkers went down in the process. But it was a good trade nonetheless. Ooh, 3 Stalkers even. Meanwhile, at the same time, Auto Harass is coming in. SPVB not going down without a fight. Getting a couple of workers, or trying to. Shield Battery stops that from happening. And Nina is taking an economic lead. Colossus on the way. Charge as well. Behind this, SPVB trying to get into the swing of things. Working towards Stim. Combat shields. Soon to be +1. +1 is delayed. So not going to be lined up quite as well as he would like. Ototara gets 1 more worker. Meanwhile, we have high ground vision. We blink into the main. Ooh, there are tanks waiting, though. A bit of an overextension from Nina. Marines are coming out, and Nina does evacuate. Does pull back in the end. And I'm sure we've been losing a couple of Stalkers here and there, but what's important is that the main kind of core, the main backbone of the army has been building up. Soon to have 2 Colossi, Extendo Milan's about to kick in, +1 attack on the way. Charge as well. And soon Nina will be able to make use of this superior economy. Speaking of, Spiffy, he isn't going for a 2-base all-in. The longer this went on, the more likely this would be an all-in, but we have a 3rd CC on the way in the main base to eventually expand and take that 3rd. Scan reveals saturation at the 3rd base of Nina. The full saturation at that. And Nina is pushing once again. I don't think she needs to. As in, I like the idea of Nina just containing and staying outside the natural. I don't think we have to force the issue and push into the natural base, though. The tanks are out of position, though. We have 2 tanks in the main, 0 tanks here at the natural base. Oh, Nina, she does catch a couple of these Marines for free. Marines are going down. Again, no tank covering the low ground, which is a little bit concerning. But for the most part, again, Nina just has to contain. Behind this, 4th base is on the way. She's up 2 bases. Working on some upgrades. We are pushing into the natural. Again, I feel like this is a little bit unnecessary, but a good force field. We slice up the army. Most of the Marines, they cannot engage, and when they do, they get annihilated by the Colossus. We just swipe away and melt everything. Again, these tanks, they're not helping. They were out of position. We needed them on the low ground. And Nina just has her way here with the natural base. So many Marines go down. The SCVs as well. There's nothing here to stop her. She has broken the low ground. We have the tank sieging up. In a much better position this time, but it's too late. We have 26 SCVs going down. The economy is in shambles. GG, well played gets called. And Nina will take the series 2-1. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. Again, I'm not too sure how or what happened earlier in this series, but Nina does take it in the end. Again, she was favored coming into this and does manage to push through. GG, well played. And we have some catching up to do. As Nina does advance on, and we have both semifinals ready and waiting for us. Exclamation mark, be in the chat if you guys wish to have a look at the bracket yourselves. Exclamation mark. Ha. As we do catch up with what's been going on. There we go. We do have Saffron taking down Patches 2-1, also going to the ace match. Oh my god, I was really not expecting that. I was really not expecting that to go to the ace match. So both Nina and Saffron, they make it to the semis, but not unscathed. Meanwhile, we also have Vindicta and Stardash also making it to the semis as well, in a much more clean fashion here with their 2-0s. And that is the first series that we will be diving on, that we will be jumping on, to quickly set things up for that. This is going to be a fresh best of series. And we're loading in. I will try to get predictions going. I'll try my best. So we set things up. And again, now that we've reached the semifinals, predictions will be going on. Both semis will be casted. So Nina versus Saffron will be on this channel right after this best of 3. And spawning in the bottom. Oh, hold on, I gotta. God damn it. There we go. Spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Oceanborn, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Filipino Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Stardash. As we get into this first semifinals match, as we get into a proxy, a big shout out to Ryu. Papi, gracias, papi, gracias. Ryu, of course, one of the CranKy Ducklings, the Italian/Peruvian Zerg player. Thank you, gracias, papi. Hope you had a great time. Hope you had a great stream. Ojalá que todo te va bien. And welcome, everyone. Welcome to the semifinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Ooh, it is our own region-locked event. Region-locked to the Latin Americas, North Americas, Oceania, and Southeast Asia as well. As I try to set things up here. Semifinals. And predictions in the chat should now be open for the next couple of minutes. So place your bets. Place your bets. Meanwhile, we do have the probe coming in for a scout. Does confirm that the Rax is missing. Now, what's scary is that the Rax could be at the natural. We're going to be scouting, checking the natural, the linear third, the triangular third as well. It could be anywhere. It doesn't have to be a proxy. It is only going to be a singular Rax here, so not the most committed aggression from Migs, from Vindicta. As we do have, the bunker on the way as well. He's looking to get some economic damage. He's looking to delay mining time here at the natural. Zealot does come out. And we are looking to try to take down this SCV. So far, the RNG, not working well. The SCV goes down. This bunker will not finish. The Reaper still gets a probe kill. Dives into the main base. Stalker still in production. Boys are being pulled. And Can we get another probe so far? Good control, pulling back some of those weakened probes. Be very careful here with how we maneuver. So far, only one worker kill and lost mining time, to be fair as well. Behind this, Migs is transitioning. Again, he's not all in. He was just looking to disrupt the early game, and he did. He forced out a shield battery, forced out a zealot, lost mining time, dead worker. Not too bad. Not a bad start. I'm sure he wanted more, but Stardash is able to keep up. He is able to keep up. A couple of KDA charges are thrown down as well, as Vendetta does rotate up into the main. Oh, but it is caught out. One Reaper falls. And looking at the vision, did Migs end up catching the tech? He did. He did see the Twilight Council is aware of the blink opener. He is aware. I'm just fixing some things up. Do have the racks floating back home. Oh, shout to La Tortuga. The mascot of our tournament. I don't think he has a name yet, but we'll come up with some names. As behind this, we're getting into the rest of our setup here. CC on the high ground, factory starport, second Rax is on the way. A bit of a 2-on-1 setup. Should be working on a third Rax momentarily once we get our economy going. And we are settling into the mid-game. Meanwhile, Stardash doesn't want to take this lying down. We do have a proxy pylon set up here across the map. A gateway is thrown down. How many gateways in total? We have one in the natural, we have one in the main, and one across the map. 3 gateways here. 3-gate blink. Much more aggressive compared to what Nina had in the previous game. Game 3 against Biffy B. So again, Stardash looking to be in the face of Migs. Meanwhile, the drop is going to be threatening the main. So far, Migs just waiting for the opportune moment. Here we go. He boosts in. And does Stardash react in time? He does. Does pull back. Averting disaster. Mine's still not going off, and it looks like it will connect with... the retargeting. The retargeting, Poppy. He's having fun. He's denying so much mining here, just constantly retargeting between all these probes. No, they come back too soon. And finally, it goes off. But it took so long for these workers to get back to mining here at the main base. And that was only one mine. We have a second. We have a second widow mine here in the chamber. Behind this, that is more gateways. Oh my, it's a 2-base all-in. Stardash is going straight for a 2-base all-in. It's all or nothing for the Filipino Protoss. And Migs is aware. He saw the proxy. He knows. He's aware of at least 3 gateways. Little does he know that it's going to be a 6-gate all-in. Widow Mine is not going to burrow, is shut down. So again, Migs, he hasn't seen the 6 gateways, so he knows aggression is coming. He doesn't know how committed exactly Stardash is. Raven Harass coming in. We scan, we see the lack of third base. Additional pylons are on the way. And so far, Migs, he's set up. He's got 1 tank in the low ground. He's got 2 tanks in the main. Good Sim City as well, protecting these tanks. Stardash, he's coming. Does he have high ground vision? So far, he does not. So he doesn't have a way to blink into the main. He's going straight for the natural. Dives on in. The first tank is going to go down. The boys are being pulled. Can we get the second tank? We cannot. The tank fire is just too much. The spread is too good. And Migs holds. He does hold on. Behind this, Stardash barely has, or just doesn't have the most ideal economy. Recalls back home. Where's the third base? It's not here. Not like this. And Stardash, sure, like he's still technically in this game, but is falling further and further behind. His economy is in shambles. He's down in workers and in a TVP that is disastrous considering that mules are a thing. Typically, the Protoss player wants to be up a base, and we're even on bases. Meanwhile, Migs just again securing himself, building up towards Marauder production. Concussive shell on the way. And the Raven Harass just does not stop. And Stardash is going to try to transition out of this. It's going to be a rough road to recovery here for Stardash. But we're on it. We're walking that road. Additional gateways on the way. Charge as well. This is 8 gates in total, so an 8-gate charge all in would make sense. I'm curious if Stardash intends on saturating this third base or not, or how saturated it becomes. Stardash is going to be pushing, does get eyes on the army. Scan does reveal the third. And Vindicta is pushing. Oh, charge still not done. And we are lacking warpins. We scan once again, trying to get eyes on the army. We see the Zealots, we see the Stalkers. Upon seeing the Stalkers, Vindicta, he should feel confident. He's pushing in. There just isn't much to stop him. The tanks are boosting forward. They are repositioning. Up, Raven goes down, but we still get the anti-armor missile. Oh my god. It still does connect. Overcharges pop. Stardash going to try and collapse on this army. We do dive on top of the tanks. Both tanks are going to go down. Big pickoffs. But the Bio army sims on forward. We depower the Robo. The Stalkers are exposed. We're going to ignore the Stalkers. We're going straight for the mineral line instead. Stardash trying to minimize his losses. He will eventually deal with this. More Stalkers are going down, and this is merely the first step, the first wave of MiGs, because here comes the second army. The Marauders are still standing strong. Finally, they go down. One Marauder survives, and here come the reinforcements. Overcharges on cooldown, and there just isn't enough left. GG gets called. Vindicta will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Again, it was a bold move for Stardash to go for a 2-base all-in to begin with, to wind it back. As a reminder, that was a 2-base all-in out of Stardash, but he was delayed. He was delayed because of the mine drops, the Raven harass as well. Workers were going down, and he kind of stumbled his way into that all-in, and we saw just how well prepared Vindicta was. And there's a reason for that. Remember, he was constantly scouting, constantly scanning, checking with his Reapers, checking with his drops, and sure, he never saw all 6 gateways. That is true. He never did see them all, but he saw 3 gateways at least, and he also saw the lack of third base. He was scanning and checking the third base location. It was just never taken. So basically, Vindicta, he was going for a 4-gate response. Again, I don't think he expected it to be 6 gateways, but he was going for a 4-gate response, just setting himself up on 2 bases. A beautiful tank spread, really good Sim City. He was ready for a blink into the main, and instead we blinked into the natural, and there was plenty to hold on there. GG, well played. Vindicta will take the first game, but it's the best of 3, and I want to believe that Stardash can and will fight back. I want to believe. As game 2 is going to be taking place momentarily. Soon TM, Bobby, soon TM. So getting ready for that second game. Meanwhile, Vindicta, of course, sorry, I'll fix this up. Bam, there we go. Vindicta, I hope he's confident in his TVP, because there are nothing but Protoss players left. Again, no Zerg signups, or no kind of major Zerg signups this week, unfortunately. I mentioned before there was no Casimir this time, there was no Reaper, no Eon. The other common Zerg signups, who else am I thinking of? I think those are typically the signups that we do see. But yeah, this week they were not available. So only Protoss remain. And can Vindicta come out on top? Can he overcome the Kala? Oh, we're here for it. Catching up in the chat. Oh, hello, Nino. Ah, El Nino, papi. Looks like they're just getting the lobby ready, and then we can dive into this. But yeah, a big shout out to Ryu and Jason as well. Thank you for the raids. Gracias. As it's just taking a little bit of time here to get the lobby going. A big reason for this is because game 2 is going to be on the Singaporean server. Again, because our Protoss player here is from the Philippines, so we're just going to be alternating between servers, and hopefully shouldn't be too much of an issue. Beautiful. Looks like we have our lobby. It is going to be on, oh, Golden Aura. It's going to be on Golden Aura. Players are getting ready. As yeah, as we are just going to be setting things up. All good, Pappy, all good. And yeah, Golden Aura is going to be game number 2. Going to be a much smaller map. Going to be a much smaller map here instead. There we go. We're just finding our way where we need to be. It's a much smaller map. Very well secure on 3 bases. Like, your 3-base setup is very powerful and very solid. But because of the short rush distance by ground, we could see some more aggressive styles here from both the Terran and the Protoss. I want to believe, as we're getting ready for game number 2. Again, I apologize for the delay, but we are just going to be getting into it momentarily. Oh, it's going to be worth it, man. It's going to be worth it. Meanwhile, I hope everyone has been enjoying themselves. It's been a long night of StarCraft. We started yesterday casting. It's all blending together. We covered KSL. It was KSL into World Team League. KSL was Korean StarCraft League. We casted the Korean StarCraft League into World Team League, into ESL Masters Americas, into this, the Tenacious Total Tussle, and then after this we have viewer replays as well. So it's been a long Saturday/Sunday. And then I can crash, I can go to bed, I can get a proper, hopefully 8 hours of sleep, and then we're going to be live. We're going to be back once again with ESL Masters tomorrow for Sunday night. But here we go, we're getting into game 2, and spawning in the bottom right hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top left, we have his opponent. We have the Filipino Protoss, the blue Protoss representing Berserker Esports. It is Stardash. Here we go. Hello, Mr. Probe. We are going to be moving out here towards the right-hand side of the map. I'm curious if we're just scouting, if we're just trying to get a read on what his opponent is up to, what Migs is up to. As Migs is looking to go for a Rax Expand economic opener here out of our Terran player. Probe is coming in just to be a little bit annoying. Coming in for that scout. There we have our Gate Cyber Expand here from Stardash. The SCV is zooming across the map, and we won't get here in time. Again, we're good. Again, the SCV scout was a Rax scout. Rax first, then the SCV got sent out, so no eBay block. None of the sort. As we see Stardash just being as annoying as possible, delaying the CC. But shouldn't delay it for too much longer, as it is turned down. Just getting into our openers. Also, we may have another cast tomorrow as well. I was a little bit distracted earlier because we may be getting into that. Just more StarCraft on the way, non-stop, happy non-stop. That's a big shout out to Ivy XXO. Thank you so much, Pappy. Thank you. Yeah, Pappy, yeah. We appreciate the support. Thank you for subscribing. Again, I hope you enjoy the emotes in the chat. Hope you enjoy the replay packs. If you join our Discord server, we do send out replay packs to our subscribers. And we appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you. We do what we can. All the money that we make here goes towards our tournaments, like this event, like the Tenacious Total Tussle, Sparkling Tuna Cup, and the Grand Platypus Open. So we do appreciate it. We do appreciate it. Gracias. So now the Reaper is going to be diving into the natural base. Probe is going to go down. So far, oh, we're going to get a second. Second worker falls as the Reaper dives into the main. trying to get a read on what kind of tech we're working with. Once again, a Twilight Council, a Blink Stalker opener here from Stardash. We want a third probe. We're going to get it as well. Up! Oh my god. 3 workers and a scout for a Reaper. Well worth it. Well worth it here for Vindicta. Is more than what he wanted. Behind this is getting into his 1-1-1, looking to get into a Widowmine drop. And we'll see what direction Stardash takes us in. Remember, last game it was a 6-gate, 2-base all-in. And are we going to double down on the mass gateways, or do we go for a more economic opener instead? My eyes are on Stardash. For now, Hellion is going to be scouting, checking for a third base. Threatening a dive into the natural, but the Stalkers are in position. Hellion is forced back. Hellion is going to be forced back, and yeah, so far, so good. Oh, Adept gets caught out in the center of the map. We do have the mine drop coming out. It's only going to be a single Widowmine, so not the most committed drop, but really the goal here with this mine drop is to get scouting information, more than anything, right? We've seen that Stardash is willing to be hyper-aggressive, so we need to try to keep up. We do have control of the zone now. Stardash, he does see the drop coming ahead of time. Stalkers are getting in position. At the same time, Hellion pushing towards the natural. We have a 3-1-1 setup, standard production setup here from Vindicta, and he's going in. He checks, confirms the lack of third. Goes into middle line. The probes are being pulled. And we do get eyes on the bay. Oh my god. Not the direction that I thought we were going in. But the Hellion does get shut down. Mine drop looking to get into the natural, into the main. But it's going to be 2-gate blink into a robotic spay into a third base. So economic opener. The economy has been delayed, or the third base has been delayed in favor of Colossus production. So a bit of a safer variation, a more tech-heavy variation to get into faster Colossus. But overall, very macro-oriented. This time, not aggressive here from Stardash. Which means Vindicta has a lot of freedom. He has a lot of freedom to get into whatever he wants. He also scouted the tech. He's aware of what's going on. He hasn't seen the third base yet, but the Marine, I imagine, is going to be heading in that direction. He just checked for the goal base and is now working his way towards the third. So Vindicta, he's just getting all the information he needs. Behind this, 2 more Raxes are thrown down. Very aggressive here from Vindicta. He sees the third. He has no third base of his own. With these 2 more Raxes now, this isn't necessarily a 2-base all-in from Migs, but very committed nonetheless. A very delayed third base in favor of a quite strong timing. Stim, combat shields +1, all of these upgrades are about to kick in. When they're lined up, we're going to be pushing out across the map, and it's going to be a tough hold for Stardash. Here comes the Raven for some auto tart harass. Likewise, we still have that Widowmine drop here in the top right, still has not committed. Mig's just waiting for his opportunity, waiting for his shot. There it is, 3rd CC on the way. So again, he's not all in, but again, it's still going to be a pretty hefty push. It's still going to hit like a truck. Here we go, Vindicta, he is moving out. He has a tri-pronged attack. He has the main army, he has the auto tart harass, and the Widowmine as well. It's all going to come together. And the Observer is following the army, so Stardash, he knows. Here comes the mine drop. Widowmine sips into the main base, and Stardash, he does pull away. He does react. Does react in time. 1 probe goes down. Meanwhile, auto turrets, they get dropped here into the natural base. Probes are falling, and here comes the main army. So far, Stardash, he is able to keep up. He is in position. With the tank shots. Again, really good tank positioning here from Vindicta. At the same time, we do have a Warp Prism into the main. Charge shots are warped in. Boys are being pulled. The production is being camped. A lot of damage is being done, and the pressure is now on Vindicta to push in. Yeah, these ults getting quite a lot done. The tanks are unsieged. Oof. Rough moment there for Migs. Caught unsieged. A big chunk of his army goes down. And he doesn't have much at home to defend. The Zelts are still wreaking havoc. We drop into the main. Depower some of these gateways. We get one. We can maybe get a second gateway as well. Sorry, second pylon as well. Most of the gateways are depowered. We go straight for the third. Recall towards the third base. Stardash, he's keeping up. He is keeping up. He surrounds the army and he will push this back. Medivac escapes, but the tanks are going to be going down. Migs back at home finally cleans up this army. But Stardash, he's in a good position. The Medivacs up. Oh my god. The Medivacs barely do survive. They get the hell out of there, but Stardash, he did well for himself. He was able to split up his army. He minimized his losses. Sure, he lost some of his production, but it's back up and running. And he preserved his workers. That's the most important thing. He preserved these probes. They're still alive. They're still up and running. And Stardash, he's on 3 bases and on 56 workers. He's in a damn good position. And Migs, he pulls back. He's licking his wounds. We have a third CC on the way. It's still not an orbital. And Stardash, he's fighting back. He's looking to make this a series. He wants it back. He wants that ace match. Scan reveals additional Colossi on the way. It's going to be the third Colossus here for Stardash. Third base now being taken here from Migs. But he's stuck at home. He's stuck at home with the subpar economy. He's making as many SCVs as he can. And he relinquishes map control. And with that map control, Stardash is taking a 4th base as Migs takes a 3rd. Forge on the way for upgrades. We can get into Disruptor production. And there we go. First Disruptor is on the way. Now, Stardash, he hasn't won this yet. He's looking good. Don't get me wrong. He's looking damn good right now. That's merely the first step. He is going to be pushing through the center. At the same time, Zealot Run-By being set up here towards the south. Prism into the main. It's going to be Stardash's turn to go for a tri-pronged attack. And can Migs keep up? He does get eyes on these Zealots. Good pickoff. He shuts them down. At the same time, Vikings are patrolling here outside his main base. They're going to come across the Prism. War Prism does get caught out. Migs, he does notice, and he is going to shut this down. There was potential. There was potential here for Stardash, but he is unable to get any damage done. The Zealots get shut down. The Prism as well. Migs holds. And he is on his road to recovery. Ghoster on the way. Viking production well underway as well. Second Robo in production for Stardash, so he's going to be getting into double Disruptors. Well, he's going to be able to make 2 Disruptors at a time. Here we go. This is still going to come down to the attack. Like, Stardash is up in supply. Disruptors obviously have a lot of potential. I mean, they can either make or break a fight. We can either see some juicy connections on the Bio Army, or we can see them whiff and miss, and then Migs can overwhelm and overpower Stardash. We'll see. Behind this, again, we're getting into double Forge production. Dark Shrine is on the way for some DTs. We're going to be scanning Migs. He's looking for the 4th base. Sorry, he's looking for potentially a 5th base even. He does see the 4th. Zealot Run-By is being set up, and Migs, he's just more concerned with just turtling. After all the aggression, after an intense early game, Migs, we're calming things down. We're focusing on defense, establishing our 4th base. +1 ship weapons in production. 2-2 as well. Sensor tower gets thrown down. It looks like Vindicta, he is content here to... I say content. He's kind of forced to just turtle up back at home. Stardash is the first to max out, and ideally, Migs, he wants to fight with the defensive advantage. He wants to fight with the high ground, with his tanks, with his reinforcements. Here comes the army of Stardash. The scan does reveal it. And Migs, he's going to be rotating over. We have a double drop moving out. Is spotted by the Zonaga. Stardash knows. He's pushing in. Big anti-armor missile. With that, we can't push into these tanks. We're going to try to, but we have plenty of ghosts. EMPs are available. The Vikings, they go ham here on the Colossus. Oof. As the Zealot Run-By does somehow bypass the army of Migs. But it is going to be dealt with. And here we go. We're committing. The Novas, they miss. They do clip the army. Not the best connections. 1 Colossus goes down. 2 do survive. And Migs, he does trade well here, does lose 7 SCVs back at this 4th base, but he holds. He holds and he's evening up the supply. Again, Migs, he knew that he was at the disadvantage, which is why he was just turtling back at home. He was waiting for his opponent to crash into him. And Migs, he was a brick wall, and Stardash, he could not bust it down. Now we can see a 5th base on the way. Stardash is trying to leverage his economy. He's transitioning into Sky. Oh my, that's a lot of Stargates. Fleet Beacon and 4 Stargates here for Stardash, plus 1 air attack is on the way. This is, of course, a secure way to get into the late game, but it's going to take a while to get into Carriers and Tempest. There's a window here where Vendetta, he can try to punish Stardash. Here we go, he's pushing in. The tanks are exposed. 1 tank goes down. Vendetta not in position. And Vendetta, he still doesn't know about the transition. There it is, 4 carriers at a time. Oh my god. It's going to take a while to produce. Until then, Migs can push out, but he doesn't know. He doesn't know that there's a window available, and he doesn't know that things are about to get far more difficult once these carriers kick in. Ay, ay, ay. Here we go, they are on the way. We have the chrono boost as well. Migs, he does come across these zealots. I mean, like, turtling in this position for Migs is fine if only his opponent wasn't taking advantage of how passive Vendetta was. As Stardash, he's kind of running away with this. There it is, the carriers, they have arrived. DTs are coming in, they're being dealt with. Now, when it comes to how to deal with carriers, usually it's a bio Viking-based army. We can see that right now Migs is hyper-fixated on making Liberators, which is great against a ground toss army. Libs are not what you want against a sky toss army. We scan, and we see, finally, the carriers have been revealed. Migs is aware of what's been going on, and how does he respond? How does he react? So far, 3-3 is on the way. We're waiting for this round of Liberators to finish up before we get into Vikings. Again, I do think that we're going to have to rely on them. 3-3 is on the way. The problem is that Migs is maxed. Like, he has to get rid of this army somehow, some way. He has to trade. He's pushing out with a drop, but Stardash, he's in position. There it is. 3rd starport is on the way. Stardash is pushing behind this. DT waddles into the main base. Migs going for a run by. I'm just worried that this push may just end it all. Here we go. Stardash does reveal his army, pushing up the ramp into all these freedom zones. Freedom zones have arrived. We're zoning away the ground army here of Stardash. Plus 3 ship weapons on the way. We're engaging the disruptors. They move command forward. Big Nova's going to be going off. The ground army, it just gets annihilated. We do have some bio coming in from behind. Stardash is going to be losing his disruptors. He loses the ground army, but what about the carriers? These are Marauders. Marauders, they can't shoot up. The ground army is dealt with, but we need more in the air. Marines are on the way. Liberators as well. I'm not too fond of these libs. Again, there's nothing for them to do. As we do have the carrier army just busting through, breaking the Terran. The Marauders, they do nothing. They can deal with, I guess they can deal with these DTs. Liberators are doing what they can against the Interceptors, but they do take down a lot of Interceptors, to be fair. Migs, he's holding. He is holding on. Again, the Libs, they didn't do... they take down a carrier. They didn't do too well against the carriers themselves, but they cleaned up the Interceptors. And there we go. Viking production is commencing. Plus 3 ship weapons about to kick in. Migs, he's barely holding on here. Likewise, Stardash gonna have to rebuild his army. That was an expensive loss. He lost so many disruptors. I should have checked, actually. 7 disruptors. 7 disruptors went down. 2 Colossi and a couple of carriers. But we're now just committed to a mass carrier composition. Vindicta just stuck at home, slowly expanding. trying to get ready to receive another army. And yeah, our answer here is going to be mainly a lib force in the air. I'm curious. They have their place when it comes to dealing with the Stalkers, at least. Yeah, we're going straight for the Interceptors instead. Big Liberation volleys. Is it going to be enough? Vikings are coming in, but there may just be too many carriers. We're breaking through once again. And Miggs, he has to evacuate. He knows he cannot deal with this. The sky toss. Again, it was a late scout. It was a late scout from Miggs, and I mean, he was on the back foot after his push was cleaned up. Stardust had so much map control, so much presence here on Golden Aura, and he's snowballing out of control. Pushing on forward. Mr. Tarek goes down. We're trying to make a final stand here, but Vindicta, he cannot hold on. It's just become too much. And we have an ace match. We're going all the way to game number 3. Let's go. Additional carriers have arrived, and again, the Marines cannot stand strong. GG gets called, and Stardash will take game number 2, tying it up 1-1. We have an ace match. Let's go. GG, well played. We have a series. And I was concerned. I was concerned that this was going to be a little bit more one-sided. I was concerned that this was going to go one way. But no, good defense out of Stardash. Not just a good defense. Likewise, as he was defending against the first push of Vindicta, he was also able to sneak that prism across the map, wreak havoc in the mineral line, wreak havoc in the production, and the Zealots really did just throw a wrench in the works. And just like that, we're going to game 3. Again, a lot of people may not be familiar with Stardash. A lot of people may not be familiar with him. We've casted him plenty of times here on the channel, covering him in the Oceanic weekly tournaments like Grand Platypus Open or the regional qualifiers as well. Stardash has been an up-and-coming player for the past couple of years. He's always been in the shadow of Ender, for example. Stardash, he's, I would say, the second best player in the Philippines, second only to Ender. But he's been really coming into his own this year specifically. This year, he has been kind of ramping up in skill and really coming into his own. He's been coming into his own as a player, and it shows, you know, to take a game off of Vindicta, not an easy feat. Not easy at all. And now we're getting ready for that game 3. See in chat, does he have any aliases? Yes, Exodash and just Dash. Exodash is his old team. He used to be on a team called Exorbitance, I think, Exorbitance, which was a Filipino team back in the day. But yeah, that was his previous alias. Of course, since then, Exorbitant has disbanded. They're no longer a thing anymore. Feels bad, man. Feels bad. But yeah, we are getting into this. We are getting into game number 3. Vámonos. See some people in the chat. Look, I don't think Stardash has a Wikipedia page. Let me just double check. Maybe I think Stardash has a user page, just because he's not notable enough. But here we go. We're getting into the ace match, game number 3. I'll check to see if there's a user page. And here we go. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner of Solaris, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes being forced into the ace match. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Filipino Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Stardash. See, chat. Ender is known to me. He must be young still. Plays well. Yeah, he does play well. Again, Stardash, he's been competing for a long time, but, you know, for example, for some context, we used to cast Stardash when he was a Masters player. This was like 2019, 2018, like he was Masters back in the day. Relatively recently did he break into the GM scene, and yeah, he's been, again, doing well for himself. He's been improving a lot as a player over the past year or so. It's been really cool to see his, you know, him grow as a player over time. Did well for himself, but we'll see. Can he go the distance? Can he go all the way? As for now, Vindicta going for a much more aggressive opener. Double gas opener here from Vindicta. Looking to get into a faster factory, looking to get in the face of Stardash. And we'll see if he can. See if he can. As for now, the SV going to be getting across the map, just trying to get a read on things, looking to get behind the middle line, throwing down a bunker. Getting a cheeky move here from Migs. The bunker was something they couldn't quite get going in that last game, or previously in the series. But this is a way to disrupt the economy. The Reaper is going to be zooming across the map, looking to get behind the mineral line and to delay mining here at the natural for as long as possible. Meanwhile, Stardash. Yeah, I think the probe is just looking to get back in. We have the factory on the way. Oh, no, we commit to a proxy. Hello. A proxy pylon has been thrown down. Reaper does arrive here at the natural base. Bunker finishes. Stardash wasn't able to catch wind of this or really get a read on things. Reaper does make it into the mineral line, or does make it into the bunker. But how committed are we going to be? What are we going to throw down across the map? I'm curious. Second Reaper is arriving. And again, with two Reapers here, there's just no mining. There's no shield battery either. I'm a little bit shocked. So typically to deal with this bunker, yeah, the shield battery should be thrown down well ahead of time. And this is a late shield battery here for the Protoss. Which means Stardash is going to be stuck on one base economy that much longer. Meanwhile, it's a gateway. We have a gateway across the map. Gateway back at home. Going to be 3 gates in total. Delayed tech. Okay. So delayed Twilight Council in favor of additional gateways. To be a little bit more assertive. As the third Reaper arrives. Oh my god. And what's a little bit worrisome is these 3 Reapers, they can't even threaten the main. They can threaten a dive into the main base to get even more damage done. God, the base itself taking a lot of hits. Aye. But eventually we should break through. We should break out and... Oh! One Reaper goes down. The Hellion goes right for the main base. Overcharge is popped. We do manage to get the salvage off, and the Hellion does scout the main, does confirm that tech is missing, and we have 2 gateways. Very suspect. Very suspect here. I'm sure alarm bells are ringing. Migs getting ready back at home. A bunker is on the way. Tank in production. And this Cyclone, I feel like, should stay at home. Here we go. The army does reveal itself. The boys are being pulled so far. We do get the repair. Cyclone barely is kept alive, but Stardash, she just dives on the natural base, dives on the bunker. Tank is sieging. Oh, it's going to be a close hold. We push up the ramp. The tank is going to go down. But it looks like we have softened up this army enough that we can maybe deal with this. We go for another warp in. Stardash, he's busting up the ramp. He's barely trying to break through. Down to 3 Stalkers. A couple more units are on the way. He busts into the main base. The tank barely does come out. And we are forcing Stardash out of the main. Again, good target firing here by Vindicta. He takes down 3 Stalkers. But the FC shade in. Stardash, he's achieving so much with this. 11 SCVs go down. Oof. And Migs will hold, but that was a lot of damage dealt. He's down to 25 workers across the map. Now, there's a bit of a give and take here. Yes, Stardash did do a lot of economic damage. This is good. Very good. He killed the tank as well. The downside is his tech. Right? No blink, no phoenixes, no map control outside of these vanilla gateway units. And he's going straight for a 3rd base. Oh my god. So greedy. I do think this is a really good move though. Like again, Vindicta, he's contained. He's contained to these 2 bases. At least he should be. A scan into the main reveals the Twilight Council and the Robo. We have Cloak Banshees on the way. This is a good way for Vindicta to come back in this game. And he needs to. He needs to do some kind of damage across the map. Because Stardash is running away with this. And Stardash almost double the worker count of Migs. Almost. Banshee's moving out. Cloak is still not done. Stardash, does he come across the Banshee? Up!
Our base is in peril.
He barely doesn't. Banshee reveals itself in the main. Cloak is done. We're going for the shield battery. Shield battery a bit out of range here at the natural. Workers are going down. Observers on the way. But we got a prism first, which means probes are going down. Observer still in production. We're going to get 6 workers here at the natural alongside the shield battery. A good amount of damage, especially considering that these Banshees survive. They survive. They live to fight another day. Unfortunately, Migs hasn't seen the 3rd. He doesn't know just how far ahead Stardash is economically. He's going for a warping across the map. Go. Again, Stardash just threatening a dive into the main base with those zealots. Migs is pushing out. When Stardash doesn't have much of an army, Blink is still on the way, still not even halfway done. He is vulnerable. Move out has been spotted. That should be the signal here for the prism to go in. We go the prism into the main base. Stim is done. We have some reinforcements. Boys are being pulled. And Vindicta, he's not turning back around. He's committing to the fight. Dives on the army. Shield battery goes down. Overcharge is denied. And it looks like Migs, he will take control of the 3rd base. One of these tanks is in a really awkward position. Oh no! The tank is going to be going down. Behind this, the Zealots still have not been dealt with. Still one Zealot in the main, but finally gets cleaned up. We have Banshees wreaking havoc in the main base, and it looks like Vindicta, he has done it. He has pulled Stardash apart. GG gets called. And Vindicta will take the series 2-1. GG. That was a stressful game, Papi. That was a stressful game. Ay, ay, ay. GG, well played. Vindicta will take it in the end. He will advance on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations. That was a close series though. Like Stardash did well for himself, getting economic damage done, getting ahead even. But the Banshees, they did so much for Vindicta, giving him some breathing room, crippling the economy of his opponents or keeping the economy in check. And the move out was just, yeah, it just couldn't be stopped. Again, a big reason for the faster 3rd was the delayed tech. Without Blink, with a lack of charge lots, with a lack of an army, Stardash was vulnerable. And here we go. We are getting into the upper semis. Let's go. But that was intense, Bobby. That was intense. But GG, well played. Again, Migs will advance on to the grand finals, and he's going to be waiting for the winner of the upper semis. It's going to be another Protoss. It's going to be either Nina or Sephiroth. Let's go. Again, the vetoes are currently underway, and predictions will soon be open. Predictions will soon be open for our next series, for our next semifinals. Here we go. Just looking to get things going and just making sure that everyone is ready to go here. Oh my god, I need a break. I need But I believe Nina and Sephiroth should be ready for us. I believe vetoes should be concluded. And we can soon get into our next series. Again, 2 series left in this tournament. We have our PvP, of course, and soon thereafter we'll have a PvT as well. We're getting there. We are getting there. For now, we're just I guess we're going to be going on a short break. A short break here. Enjoy the Brood War OST. And as we get ready for this break, if you want to support us, exclamation mark Patreon in the chat. We have a Patreon. We have a Matcherino page as well. The commands are available, and you can help support this tournament. You can help fund and even grow this tournament as well. Our Patreon is set up with certain goals. Currently, this tournament is a bi-weekly. Every 2 weeks, we have this event, and if we hit certain goals, we can turn this from a bi-weekly into a weekly instead. So yeah, that's soon to be available. Or that's kind of our goal here. You can see our goal just underneath Sephiroth's name. 300 USD is how much we spend per month on our tournaments, and we're getting there. We appreciate the support that we have, and we'd appreciate any more support as well. Do appreciate it. Until then, though, we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we'll have our PvP. See you soon. And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that lovely Brutal OST as we have returned with the upper semifinals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 13. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Place your bets on how you think this series will unfold. It is up to you to decide. For now, though, we are getting into this and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura. We have the Australian Protoss player representing Berserker Esports. It is Sephiron. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we'll have to adjust the name. Un momento, por favor, here as we do set things up. There we go. In the bottom right-hand corner, we have the American Protoss player representing Team Super. It is Nina. Here we go. Again, the PvPs are upon us, so we already have a quite a different opener here. Nina going for a double gate opener on the high ground, meanwhile Sephiron going for a gate expand on the low ground instead. What looks to be an economic opener out of our pink Protoss, and more of a standard opener here from our blue Protoss player. Now, when Nina gets across the map, when she scouts this, she has a decision to make. She can either go for an all-in and try to punish this economic build of Sephiron as he's going for a gate expand before Cybercore. Very greedy build. Very greedy here from Sephiron. And because of this, Nina is going to be behind in the economy. In a mirror matchup, this is brutal, but that's why Nina has a choice. She can either go for an all-in, she can go for a Stargate follow-up, as her tech of choice to get into an Oracle to get economic damage done, or we can go in a different direction entirely. We shall see. There's always like the goal bases available, so we can try and be crazy and take that, which at this level of play is maybe a little bit too fancy, a little bit too out of the norm. There we go, proxy pylon. Nina is going for a one base all in. This should be for a proxy robo. Should be. Stalkers are on the way. Again, this is kind of the dynamic that plays out here when it comes to these specific openers. Nina can't just expand from here because she's just going to be behind, and it's going to be on Sephiron to defend. Meanwhile, is going for a robo, and it's on the low ground as well. Bold move. All the productions here on the low ground with a robo follow. This is going to be for Immortal production to try and defend. Meanwhile, Nina is going for a Twilight Council. I assumed that it would be a proxy robo from Nina, but no, it's going to be a Twilight Council. This is going to be for Blink. We should be seeing some gateways thrown down across the map. Pylon is thrown down from Sephiron just to make sure that there is no expansion. And there is that gateway. So 3-gate Blink on the way from Nina. It's going to be on Sephiron to survive. Now we should be able to crank out one Immortal at least. Now the downside, the difference between a Robo or a Stargate is that with Immortals, they of course are limited to the grounds, and it can be a little bit awkward kind of controlling them, especially with a congested natural base location. So we'll see how good the control is going to be. There we go. We have 3 gateways back at home, 1 gateway across the map. It's 4-gate Blink. It's 4-gate Blink here from Nina on 1 base. Immortals on the way. The other added advantage, of course, of Blink is that Nina can try and go straight for the main. If she gets high ground vision, we can try to dive into the main base instead and just bypass this entire setup. As Nina does confirm the rope. She's aware of the Immortals. Now, to get high ground vision, Nina is going to have to warp in a sentry at some point. With a sentry, she gains access to a hallucination, and she can, of course, get high ground vision that way. Otherwise, she has to focus on her assault here at the natural base. So far, 1 shield battery, 1 Immortal. This feels a little bit lacking here. The shields are triggered. Sephiron trying to keep up with this production, throwing down 2 more gateways. He's ahead in the economy. We can 2-shot Stalkers. 1 goes down already. A good trade from Nina. Does take some hull damage. We do have the sentry. Force fields are also available. There we go. We cut off the army. We take down another Stalker. And we can go straight for the robo. Second Immortal comes out, but it's stuck. No, it's on the wrong side of the wall. Overcharge going to try to keep it alive. And oh my god, we do so much damage. The Immortals, they do bust through. That's going to be 3 Stalkers going down for Nina. That was a hefty loss. Yeah, Sentry is going to back off. Stalker is going to dance with the army. We have a 3rd Immortal on the way. As the Immortal count gets higher, the stronger the defense. Aye. We now have 3 Immortals. We have a 4th Immortal in production, and I don't know how we break through this. I don't know if we can. Not without a force field. Again, the goal here is to throw down a force field to slice up this army and to pick it apart. Adepts are going to shade in. Going to be threatening a shade into the main. Forcing back the army, exposing the Robo, and this time we will get it. Robo goes down, only 3 Immortals, big pick off. This is another downside of having the Robo on the low ground. It was exposed. Just like that, Nina does stifle the production of Immortals. Adepts, they shade into the main base. 2 Adepts can one-shot workers. They get 2. 2 workers go down at the same time. We did have a pylon in the main base of Nina, and probes are also going down, forcing a warp in back at home. Oh, Nina, she lost 8 probes. We barely did miss that. But we have high ground vision. We can just avoid all these shield batteries. And we go straight for the main, and Sephiron does not have vision, is not aware. Not until now. Probes are going down. Sephiron trying to push up a ramp into this army. Again, good control. Immortals are being focused down one after the other. Good blinks here from Nina as well, and she's just picking this army apart. Down goes every single Immortal, and now there are only gateway units. The boys are being pulled, but it's too little too late. There is nothing left here for Sephiroth, only 1 Stalker left. We have some reinforcements coming in. Nina, her army is getting very low. Very battered, very bruised. Units are being focused down, but again, it's still too much. GG gets called, and Nina will take game number 1. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Nina does take the first game, pulling off barely that 1 base all in. Does barely pull it off. Again, a big reason for this, as we do set up the scores, there we go. A big reason for this was that exposed Robo on the low ground. Again, typically we do throw down the tech a little bit further back. Even despite that, though, the fact that Sephiron just wasn't able to keep up with the positioning, with the movement of Nina, we do see Maxfax is amazing at this. Maxfax, he is one to throw down a safety pylon on the high ground and a shield battery on the high ground as well, foreseeing the possibility of a dive into the main. As we saw, Sephiron just didn't have that on his mind, wasn't prepared for that scenario, and was shut down. Was shut down in the end. As we're getting into game 2. Game 2, I believe, is going to be on hard lead. I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, that was that was an intense game. Intense game there. Again, Sephiron, he was so close to just pulling off that defense, to getting up to critical mass of Immortals. Barely didn't get there though. Did not get there. We are getting ready for that next game, and again, I do feel like a lot of this is going to be map dependent. After game 1, I don't think we really got to see too much of. Obviously, we didn't get to see too much of their mid game play, or how well their macro can really pair against each other. Obviously, Nina's coming in as the favorite player, but like we saw from Stardash, upsets can occur, and we could even force an ace match. Personally, I hope so. You know, I want us to go the distance. I want us to go all the way, as far as we can. I want all the games, Papi, all the games. Rip sleep. It's feels bad, man. Sleep would be nice, but we don't get that. Not yet, not yet. As we are just, yeah, getting ready for that next game. And yeah, depending on the map, it will also dictate you know, how they do want to play things out. Whether we see another economic greedy opener out of Sephiron, which I feel like to me goes against his playstyle. I'm honestly quite used to seeing Sephiron be the aggressor instead and be in the face of his opponent. There we go. We are getting into hard lead. Beautiful, beautiful. And it's on our players here, and there we go. They are ready. We're diving into this, diving into game number 2. Game number 2. The PvP will continue, and it's going to be crazy if Sephiron goes for another gate expand on this map, specifically because the rush distance by ground is so short. It's such a short rush distance. Oh boy, not easy to defend, not easy to hold on. So I expect to see some double gate openers instead. I hope so. Oh, we're changing colors. Vámonos. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner here, the bottom right-hand corner of Hard Lead, we have the Australian Protoss player, the Pink Protoss representing Berserker Esports, down in this series, but not out. It is Sephiron. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the... Oh! My god. We have the American Protoss player representing Team Super. Up in the series, it is Nina. I think that's for Dave. I think she's referring to Dave. Ay. Oh. Yeah, I think they're talking. Oh, never mind. But or maybe she's talking to Sephiron. I don't know. It's possible. For now, we do have... Oh my god, we're doubling down. This is the Sephiron we know and love. It is going to be a 3-gate, proxy 3-gate here from Sephiron. Going to be doubling down here on the aggression. Going completely all in. The turns have tabled. Last game, it was Nina going for one base all in. This time, it is going to be Sephiron. We do have a full scout. The gases have been scouted. I should say the lack of gases have been confirmed from Nina. She knows how committed Sephiron is. Back at home, Nina going for a second gateway, sorry, a second pylon just to make sure everything stays powered. Cybercore as well. Zealot is on the way. A safety Zealot as Sephiron is just, yeah, doubling down here. Getting into Zealots eventually into some higher tech. Boys are being pulled. And so far, we go for the full wall. Nina goes for the full wall off. She's accurately kind of reading what is happening here. Cybercore gets thrown down. These Zealots, they can't really do much of anything. So far, the wall is solid. The Zealots, they try to bust through. But we have the Stalker on the way. Oh, and it's going to take quite some time to break through this. We have a shield battery as well. The gateway is taking some hull damage. It's actually getting quite low. Stalker DPS is low. We can bust in. But we have a second wall behind this. Ay. We have a secondary wall. We have a Zealot as a part of this as well. We are not busting in. But that's still a massive wave of Zealots here for Sephiron. There we go. Zealots are getting picked off. The second gateway is going to eventually fall. There is no second wall. We barely don't have one. And Sephiron is breaking in. Down to 3 Zealots and 1 Stalker left. The shield battery finishes up just in time. And our goal here to focus down that Stalker. We bust, we break. Oh, we lock it in. There's no escape. There is no escape for that Stalker. Zealots are going down. Barely. And it looks like Nina, yeah, she's held. She has held at this point. The Zealots go down. We try to recall the Stalker. Too little too late. The Stalker falls as well. It's 3 Stalkers to 2. And Nina has the defender's advantage. She has the high ground, shield batteries, even has the confidence to force this all the way back to the proxy. A bit of an overextension from Nina. Reinforcements are about to come out. She does spot the gateways and should back off. Behind this, Twilight Council's on the way, a third gateway as well. Sephiroth trying to transition himself with just more gateways. Nina sees this, Nina confirms this. And Sephiroth is running out of steam. And Nina up in Stalkers. Ah. And we do have Nina just forcing this all the way back. Again, good control, good kiting here from Nina. Able to pull back against the army of Sephiroth. Does take a volley to the face, but we have shield batteries. We can top up. We can heal up. Nina, even with a proxy pylon across the map, she can technically warp in back at home. Or back across the map. And so far, good control out of Nina, pulling back the weakened Stalkers. And she's just out-controlling, out-trading Sephiroth here. And it's just a numbers game at this point. The Stalkers, they have to pull back. GG gets called, it's just too much, and Nina will take the series 2-0, advancing on to the grand finals. GG. GG, well played. Game 1, Nina pulls off the one-base all-in. Game number 2, she defends against the one-base all-in. So just flexing her skill here, excelling in both aspects of PvP. I say both aspects. We didn't really get to sink our teeth into a mid-game, into like a back-and-forth stable economy. But look, that's not what we're here for, okay? That's that's not what we're here for when it comes to PvPs. GG, congratulations. Congratulations to Nina. But yeah, that's not what we want out of these PvPs. Anita will advance on to the grand finals to face off against a player that has been patiently waiting. It is going to be Nina versus Vindicta. Let's go. Here we go. Just going to be getting the casting tool ready. As a reminder, this is going to be a best of 5 grand finals, not a best of 3, so plenty more games to be had. Plenty more ahead of us. So we just set that up. There we go. Beautiful. So one series is left. Just messaging the players, letting them know what is upon us. Also, I should also mention this. If you want to support these two players, outside of supporting the tournament itself with Matcherino, with Patreon, both Nina and Vindicta are streaming their POVs. They're both streaming on their own respective channels, so you can support them, you can check them out. I think they don't have delays on their streams, so I mean, you can even get a little bit of insight as to what they're doing on their end, and even get a bit of a heads up as well. But yeah, you can support them over on their respective channels. Give them some love, give them some follows. Again, they're great streamers in their own right. Great content creators and players as well, of course. And players. As we are going to be getting the predictions ready. Predictions are going to be getting ready. I should just let the players know. And as we get things ready, a big shout out to Dave Testa as well. He was, of course, casting on his own stream, on his own channel. Much love. Thank you so much, Dave, for providing all the casting that you did today. Thank you. Do appreciate it. Always. But Dave Testa, again, he was casting over on his channel. Looks like something came up and he isn't going to be available, so he is going to be handing over the raid. So we do appreciate it. Hope you had a great time. Hope you enjoyed the games, and hope you had some great casting as well. And a lot of lovely Protoss is what we had here tonight. Beautiful. So Alright, just setting things up, getting things going. Also want to let the players know that, of course, it's going to be a best of 5. Vetoes are underway. And I will soon link them the match arena as well. Ahead of time. Beautiful. As we get ready for the grand finals, though, we are going to be going on a short break. The vetoes, they take a little bit of extra time nowadays just because of the excess maps that we have. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have that lovely, beautiful grand finals. Give me a moment, though. I do want to get the duct tape going. Give me Shelby, Papa. Give me Shelby. Beautiful. So enjoy the duct tape. When by the time it wraps up, we will have the grand finals ready for you. See you soon. Take this moment to hydrate your hydras, stretch your roaches, massage your marines, cuddle your carriers, and yeah, we'll see you guys in a couple of minutes.
And again, for those wondering who may be tuning in for the first time and aren't too familiar with these players, Shelby, he is a pretty good Peruvian player. He's a streamer as well. He's streaming his POV.
Dios mío, Dios mío, Dios mío. Men, ¿quién me quiere pushar con 4 Belin, 3 mutas? ¡Corre, Forest! No lo dejen ir. ¡Ah! ¡No! ¡Oh! ¡Te pasaste de ver!
But he also looks after the convenience store when his parents aren't around. So he's currently competing, playing, and also looking after the store, and he needs to pause whenever there's a customer.
What I want to know is how far does he have to go? You know, like, is it like downstairs, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, I think it's a flight of stairs. He has to get down the flight of stairs.
you're like a customer. You're like in the, waiting. You know, ding, and then you're. He's like, like straight up running down.
every now and then, it's like you hear him fall.
Waiting for him to like trip and fall. But I agree. He needs to like set up a camera like at the counter.
Yep.
You know? Yep. Yeah, just like. And then he runs back. Does he like wait for the customer to leave, or is like after he does the money exchange, he just books it up?
For those wondering, I did wake up like 20 minutes before the broadcast, and then took 10 minutes to set up the stream, and then just went and I quickly grabbed some water, to wake up.
Do I need to like Uber Eats you some breakfast?
Oh, no, because then I would have to leave the cast and get the food.
Your door's not that far, right? Like, listen, if
Yaku?
if Shelby can go attend his goddamn store while he plays the tournament, you can probably go pick up some food at your front door, while you're casting. It's totally fine, dude.
Oh, God. Fucking Shelby, man. I love him so much. I wish he was here. Die as well. Ooh, can you finish?
What's your shot? Oh, that's so BM.
It's 99% done.
That's so mean.
That's
it. No, just leave it. Go in.
It's so
Nina,
close.
just go in. Just leave it alone.
No, she wants
guys...
it. The SCV's coming. It's coming.
No, the guy's already down. You can't get on the floor.
The SCV's he's gonna finish it. He's gonna finish.
Oh my.
Oh my God.
Is he alright?
Oh my God. It's alive. He saved it.
Okay, question. Did he spend more minerals sending SCVs down to fix it and repair, or could he have saved money if he just canceled and remade?
Yes, he would have saved money if he just canceled and remade.
Should we go in Spanish this one?
Do it. Do it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
All right, I don't know if I can do this. All right, let's try. Aquí en esta esquina de la mapa es un Terran player. Es rojo, es rojo. Y a la izquierda.
Ooh.
I don't know my directions perfectly, but I believe it's izquierda.
Yeah.
A la izquierda, este jugador es verde y es un Terran y es el final map. Si puede ganar, yo creo. Es Boga!
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Welcome to the grand finals of the Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 13. Oh, been quite a number of them, but we finally made it here to the grand finals with a lovely TVP between these two amazing North American players. For those that are just tuning in, I do know that we did have a bit of a raid. This is a region lock tournament, region lock to the Americas and to the Asia region as well. We do exclude players from Korea and players from Europe. So again, if you want to support the tournament, you can do so over via Patreon or via Matcherino. But until then, here we go. We are diving on into this, and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Golden Aura, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss player representing Team Super. It is Nina. And I'll work on the UI. I'll work on it. All good, all good. It feels bad, man. Feels all I want. All I want is for players to use their names. Ah, there we go. Beautiful. UI has been fixed, and yeah, we are settling into this best of 5. If you're in the chat, predictions are open. Predictions are open. Predictions are open in the chat, so you can place your bets for the next couple of minutes for who you think is going to take the series. Is it going to go the way of the Terran or the way of the Protoss? It is up to you to decide. Up to you as we are getting into this. Probe is going to be moving across the map. Of course, we're getting into some standard openers so far. It is going to be a Rax Expand out of Vindicta. Meanwhile, a Gate Cyber Expand from Nina. At least it looks to be the case, as the Probe is going to be hidden here on the left-hand side, hopefully avoiding the scout of his opponent, or her opponent even, as we are going for a Pylon. Okay, we are setting up for a Proxy Gateway. Aggression is already upon us. So far, Vindicta none the wiser. Going for his Rax Expand. Again, economic opener here out of Migs, as he did go for a single gas geyser, not a double gas geyser from our Terran player. Meanwhile, he's going to be scouting across the map. With this SCV scout, Vindicta, he should be able to get eyes not just on the lack of CC, or lack of Nexus, sorry, but also the lack of second pylon as well. There it is, gateways on the way. Oh my god! Oh, we're doubling down, Papi. We're doubling down. It is going to be not just a proxy robo, a proxy double robo here from Nina. My oh my, this is something that I have not seen before. The Reaper is going to be checking, is distracted by the probe, hasn't quite seen this yet. Migs is in the dark. There we go, is going to be checking, does come across the proxy double robo, is aware, but just because he knows doesn't mean he can stop it. Zealot has arrived, going to be zoning that Reaper away. We do have depths, and we do have a backup probe on the way as well to make sure that we can throw down the second pylon to keep everything powered. Immortal now in production. And Migs is getting ready back at home. We have a bunker. The production is at least pulled back a little bit further to keep it safe from those Immortals. And we're going for the Immortal and the Prism as well. Let's go. Oh my god. There it is, second bunker now in production. It's going to be a 1-1-1, of course, from Migs. He had to cancel the CC on the low ground, take a second gas geyser. Again, because we had to divert our attention here, or divert our build, it's a little bit messy here from Migs. Not as clean as he would have liked. There you go, the Immortal has arrived. You have a bunker on the way across the map, though. So far, Migs, he is holding to the main. And that bunker's on the way. Can it finish? The SCV! A good surround here from these probes. Yeah, the SCV is going to be zoned away. Meanwhile, back across the map, Nina trying to bust up this ramp. Does get an SCV as well. Does get a worker. But the second bunker has finished. We have a tank on the way. Cyclone does arrive as well. Overcharges pop. The shield battery is going to be able to hold strong. And Nina does hold. Meanwhile, across the map, she hasn't lost too much either. Chipping away at that depot. The depot is going to fall at least. Cyclone does trigger the shields. As the Immortal's going to be working through that depot as well. Up. Oh my god, taking a lot of hits though. A bit of an overextension from Nina. She didn't get the depot and took so much damage here. The Viking arrives, shuts down the prison. There is no anti-air. Oh, and Nina's in a rough position. Again, took so much hold damage on these Immortals. We can't push back in. We also don't have a way to juggle. We don't have a way to reinforce. Migs being a little bit adventurous, pushing out. Has to be careful. As the Immortals are still around. CC's on the way. Nina back at home, going to be expanding. Nina attempting to transition out of this. Yeah, with the arrival of this Liberator, we should be able to hold on to the natural. Vindicta should be fine. Oh, the Miss Rally! No! The Miss Rally! Oh, the Immortal's gonna fall. A big loss there. That was the full HP Immortal as well. Ay, ay, ay. And with that, Migs is going to be able to get out of this. Likewise, so is Nina. They're both just trying to transition out. Twilight Council's on the way, I imagine, for Blink. Likewise, Migs working on Interference Matrix and that Raven as well. Here we go. Now, once the Raven comes out, Migs can push. He will have the ability, of course, to disable some of these high-tech units, disable the Immortals, and shut this army down. Even going for some Viking harass, but we have some Stalkers in position. Oh, Migs, he is being forced away, and it looks like the Viking will fall. And we don't scout the follow-up, we don't scout the tech. For all Migs knows, there could be a Bay on the way, and we could be rushing into Colossus or Disruptors. We could be getting into a Stargate and Phoenixes. Migs is in the dark. Here we go. Nina threatening a dive. Liberator actually going across the map to harass instead. Bold move, but we have 2 tanks in position and plenty of Marines, 3 tanks even. We should be safe and sound. We don't need the Liberator to defend. Migs is moving out. Behind this, getting into a 5-rack setup. Pretty committed here on 2 bases. No 3rd CC, which makes sense. For all he knows, Nina could go for a 2-base all-in herself. Like, she's been quite aggressive this game. And is not going into Blink, is going straight into Storm. Oh my god. We're spicing things up. Ay, ay, ay. Storm is on the way. Meanwhile, the Liberator getting across the map, looking to siege up at that natural. We see Migs scan the gold base. I don't blame him. I don't blame him at all. Looking for any kind of expansion. Oof. This Liberator does get some free hits in. Nina pulling back home. And Migs is still committed here. We have Stim, Combat Shields on the way. There's going to be a strong timing available here for Migs. Oh, Liberator does go down, but takes down 2 Stalkers in the process. Scan reveals a High Templar. Now Migs knows. He's aware of the Storm. Again, he wasn't able to see any of the tech, but with that scan is aware of the army composition. And is going to be spreading out his units, spreading out his tanks. Additional racks is on the way. And we will at least be able to shut down this production. Nina also not doubling down on this push. We do have a backup, or we do have a 3rd base on the way. No backup Robo, unfortunately. I was honestly, part of me was thinking we were going to see some Storm drops, but there is no War Prism and there's no longer a Robo either. So Storm drops are not available. We're going to be pushing forward. Oof. do pick up a tank. Oh my god. We trade a tank for an immortal. Big storm here on the army. Forces Migs back. Behind this, Raven comes in for some auto turret harass. Again, there's nothing for it to disable, so we get some counter damage done. Thresh and a dive into the natural as well. Behind this, Migs just taking up into a Ghost Academy. Still on 2 bases, by the way. This is wild. There it is. Finally, the 3rd CC is on the way. Probes are being focused down. Good control here from Migs, getting 3 workers, and now he gets eyes on the saturation of the 3rd. Migs is now aware, and he's pushing. What does he have to work with? Sim, Combat Shields, Concussive Shell. Vikings are available. Ghost for EMPs. The army has been spotted. The Observer does catch wind of this. Ooh, the splits! Oh my god, the splits are too good. Storms are not ideal. We do get a feedback on a Ghost. We're scanning ahead of time. We're looking for additional High Templar. There is 5 High Templar left. Oh my god. It's a lot of storms. Raven goes down. Raven does go down. We're looking for the EMP. We do EMP one of those High Templar, but there's still so many more behind this. Still so many storms available. I mean, I say that. I think 2. 2 storms are available. So Migs has to be very careful with how he engages. Slowly pushing forward where the EMPs does connect. But there's still a storm here on the right-hand side. On that High Templar. Oh, he's going for a snipe. Oh my god. Gets another High Templar as well. We're committing. We're diving on the tank. The first tank goes down. We dodge another storm. Second tank goes down, but we have reinforcements, and Vindicta, he's snowballing out of control. He dives on the army, focuses down the final High Templar. No more splash damage. GG gets called, and Vindicta will take game number 1. Whew. GG. Oh my god. GG, well played. Vindicta will take the first game. That was a pretty intense, and that was a crazy game 1 as well. To go for a proxy, not just a proxy robo, a double robo proxy there from Nina was wild and had a lot of potential, that's true, but wasn't able to bust into the main base. Vindicta, he was able to secure himself, able to break free, and get ahead as a result. Take a massive lead as a result as well. Nina was trying to transition out of that. I did like the Storm. It's a little bit, again, more unorthodox, but a lot of potential with Storm. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see any juicy connections. We saw that for the most part, Migs was able to preemptively split, able to avoid most of the storms. There was maybe 1 good connection on the tank, and that was kind of it. Outside of that, most storms did kind of miss their mark. And that's the risk that you take. That's a risk you take with that, that kind of army composition. As Vindicta was able to break free, break out, take the first game, but that was merely game 1. Plenty of games are ahead of us here, as this is a best of 5. Best of 5. First to 3 wins does take the entire tournament. And when it comes to the history of this tournament, neither Nina or Vindicta have actually won a Tenacious Turtle Tussle before. Neither are champions, so we're going to be crowning a new champion tonight. I'm ready for it. I have to double check. I know Migs, he has played in these tournaments before, but I want to say he's only gotten 2nd place. Yes, I'm just double checking. So all the way back in April of this year, in Tenacious Turtle Tussle number 2, Vindicta, he came 2nd to Trigger. Trigger was the champion, and Vindicta came 2nd place, and yeah, he's never been the bride, always the bridesmaid. Feels bad, man. Likewise, this is actually Nina's first time competing here. First time competing in this tournament, looking to walk that royal road. And here we go. We're diving into game 2 and spawning in the top left-hand corner of Oceanborn. We have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes up in this series. But it's a best of 5. Plenty more to come. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have his opponents. We have the American Protoss representing Team Super. It is Nina. I'll work on those aliases. Hold on. I'll have the aliases working for the next game. Player name, Vindicta. Alias, Migs. Player name, Nina. Alias, Just slow. Okay. Okay, we should be good. Should be good for the rest of the series. Meanwhile, of course, a shout out to the turtle itself. Ah, it's beautiful. Love to see it. So actually, it's in its own habitat here. We're under the sea. We're ocean-born. Ah, it's beautiful. Let's go. Once again, Migs setting up for a Rax Expand. If you remember, winding it back to game number 1, Migs initially went for a Rax Expand, but upon scouting and recognizing what was happening, he did cancel the CC on the low ground, took a second gas and went for a factory, so a quick adaptation from Migs in that last game. This time, Nina is going for a gate. Oh, a gate expand before the Cybercore. A little bit greedier here. Cutting some corners, Nina is. And we'll see if she can get away with it, because immediately Migs throws down a bunker. Bunker is on the way back across the map. We can see Nina doing a great job being a nuisance here, delaying the CC. It is finally thrown down. But Nina does see the bunker. Hasn't been able to pull any of those workers, though. The bunker is going to finish. The goal here is for the Reaper to get across the map, to get into the bunker, and to deny mining here at the natural base for as long as possible. And Nina is going to have to oversaturate her main and wait to get a shield battery up and running, and wait to eventually regain control of the natural. This shouldn't kill anything, but this should just deny mining. I mean, there's always potential with this Reaper. If Vinita has good enough control, maybe he can get a worker, maybe he can get a probe. Potentially. Ooh, as we have our tech of choice, it is going to be a Stargate. Stargate opener this time out of Nina. We can go one of two directions. We can go into Oracles or into Phoenixes instead. Both are viable. Reaper dives in, and Vendetta, he gets a full scout of the main. He does get confirmation of the Stargate. He knows, he's aware. He is aware. Reaper attempts to dive into the main. Is going to be zoned away. Does survive. That's all that does matter. Across the map, Adept attempts to delay the CC, but we have the bunker up and running. Marines in position. Migs does defend. And we have our unit of choice. It is not going to be Oracles, it's going to be Phoenixes. So a very secure setup here with additional Phoenixes. Nina is going to gain map control, is going to shut down drop play, contain Migs to 2 bases ideally. And from here we can transition into either Colossus or even something like Disruptors. As we force a salvage, bunker goes down. And the Reaper tries to get additional scouting information, does confirm the Phoenixes at least. And does confirm additional Phoenixes are on the way. So a good amount of scouting, and finally, Nina can Maynard over to the natural and saturate this base. So the game is going to settle from here. Overall, Migs has a slight lead, just because of the economic situation, just because all of these workers were stuck in the main base for so long. Oh my god, does catch a Phoenix? No! Nina! Big overextension. Phoenix gets caught out, and that is a brutal moment here. Again, Phoenixes this early on, they're quite expensive, and that's all we're really relying on here to defend, and Migs is pushing. He knows that Nina is vulnerable at the moment. One Phoenix goes into the main, but what can one Phoenix really do? Does scout, does confirm the 3-1-1 setup. 3 Raxes, 1 factory, 1 starport. Pretty standard setup here on 2 bases. But Migs is pushing, and there's nothing keeping him at home. That's the purpose of these Phoenixes. The Phoenixes, they keep him at home, they threaten the mineral line, they threaten the push, and that's all gone. And Migs, he's snowballing out of control. He dives on the shield battery. The boys have to be pulled. Ay, ay, ay. And this is going from bad to worse. Adept goes down. We're down to 3 Stalkers. The Phoenix! No! Second Phoenix goes down as well. And we barely have... This is the army. We barely have a standing army. The probes once again being pulled, and so many workers are going down. Migs already had a bit of an economic lead after the other game. Good juggling up. One Cyclone does go down. Can Nina hold? That Cyclone is so low. We do get it. We trade 1 for 1. And Nina should barely hold on here. Oh, Migs, he wants the Stalker. He wants it. He's so greedy. He gets it. Stalker goes down. Nina does barely hold, but how much did we lose in the process? 13 probes. 13 workers went down. Migs does pull back. He was rallying across the map, and he's going to calm things down. Scans the main base and gets eyes on the Robo and the Robotics Bay. He's aware of the potential for Colossus. He's aware of the tech path that Nina's going for. And Migs is going to be ready for that. There we go. Raven on the way. Interference Matrix is now done. The Raven actually rallied across the map to get some economic damage done. Do we have any Phoenixes left? We do not. No Phoenixes. Instead, we're heavily reliant here on Oracles, getting to a second Oracle. So, I understand the logic here. The Phoenix count was reset, which means we don't really have a way to deal with something like Raven Harass. But because of the economic losses here, Nina needs to kill some workers. So she's going to be doubling down here on Oracles, looking to try to get some economic damage done. But we have a turret. We have turrets set up here at the natural and the main base. Oh, it's going to be difficult. Not impossible, just difficult. As Nina is moving out with those Oracles. Back at home, third CC is on the way. Likewise, Nina working on her own third Nexus. Scan does reveal that. Vindicta is aware. Third base now being taken. And again, I do worry here for Nina. We have a lot of pressure to get damage done, and we do get a couple of SCVs. One. You get one worker at the third. That's something. The worker for energy, essentially. Oracle gets a full scout of the main as well. Gets eyes on the production. Gets eyes on the army composition as well. We are aware. As we get into this, Gustavo! Fala galera, papi. Fala galera. Big shout out to Games Kingdom for the raid, aka Gustavo. He was a Brazilian caster for StarCraft back in the day. Has since, I don't think, has been casting too much StarCraft, but thank you, gracias, papi, gracias. Fala, obrigado. Thank you so much for the raid. Hope you had a great stream. Hope you had a great ladder session, or just stream in general. Welcome everyone, fala, to everyone tuning in. As we're here in the grand finals of the Tenacious Turtles Tussle, Liberators are sieging up. First is going to go down the Nova. Oh, the counter disable, the Nova will not connect. Colossus goes down, flying up into the sky. GG gets called, and Vindicta will take game number 2. GG. GG, well played. Vindicta taking a 2-0 lead. Uno más, one more is all he needs to become, for the first time, a Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. La Tortuga, papi, la Tortuga. He is so close. Meanwhile, Nina, she needs to fight back here and now to force the ace match. She's up against the wall. She's not out of this yet, but it is going to be a tough mountain to climb to win 2 games, eventually 3 games in a row. It is all or nothing. I want to believe that Nina can pull this off. Regardless, because both Nina and Vindicta have made it into the finals, they will both be walking away with some prize money, which is definitely a bonus. Ooh, they're both in the money. But again, they want to be the champion, of course. And we'll see if Nina can pull off a reverse sweep. Personally, I hope that we get an ace match. I want a game 5. I'm greedy like that. You know, I'm a caster. I want more games. I want more games, man. That's all we want, but again, it's on Nina to pull off that comeback. Also, un momento. Un momento here. Okay, we're good. Just closing the door. And catching up with the chat as well. Bienvenidos, papi, bienvenidos. Just catching up. Thanks for giving me a sub. Oh, let's go. Not too sure either. Not too sure. But yeah, predictions have since closed. $1K on Migs. Oh my god. Catching up. No problem. Good light. Thank you. Yeah, just catching up in the chat. Looks like the players are just trying to sort out their vetoes and figure out what kind of map order that they're working with. Looks like there was a little bit of confusion when it came to getting the vetoes underway. But, oh, okay, there we go. We're just trying to figure out which map would be game number 3, and it looks like we're going to be loading into Equilibrium as game number 3. Hopefully not the final game of this series. Hopefully it doesn't all end here. Fingers crossed, papi, fingers crossed. Big shout out to, Flapjack. Gracias, papi, gracias. Thank you so much for the 100 bits. I appreciate it. We appreciate the support. Again, all the money that we make here goes towards our tournaments, like this one, like the Tenacious Turtle Tussle. So thank you, thank you. Do appreciate it. Always appreciate the supports, and I'm sure the players appreciate it as well. I am sure. As we are getting ready to get into game number 3, it all comes down to this. The pressure is on. The comeback. Is it going to be a reality? I hope so. I hope so. Give your energy to Nina to extend the series, to keep this going, to keep the finals rolling. Gibbs, Bobby Gibbs. As we are getting into game number 3. Again, Equilibrium is going to be an interesting map. Of course, there are gold bases available. Pretty safe and secure gold bases, actually. So either player could try to rush into that early on to try to take an advantage. We have seen a lot of Protoss players be greedy in such a way, especially on maps like Royal Blood in the previous map pool, where you can gain map control and take the gold bases from your opponent even. Get ahead that way. But we'll see. We'll see what our players have in store for us, as they are finally ready, diving into game 3. And spawning in the top left-hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the American Terran player representing the Platinum Heroes, leading the series 2-0. It is Vindicta. And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Protoss representing Team Super, down in this series and needs your support to fight back here and now. It is Nina. Here we go. It all comes down to this. Vámonos, papi, vámonos. And again, I did mention earlier that we do have these gold bases available, of course, with Rich Vespene Gas Geysers as well. There is potential to try to rush into them a little bit earlier on, but we'll see if either player takes the bait, either player takes the risk of that gold. Outside of that, a lot of bases to be taken in general. We have yet to see a solid mid-game. We've been seeing a lot of 2-base aggression and 2-base pushes, or even 1-base play. I would like to sink my teeth into more of a mid to late game PvT, but I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna get that. Like, these players are just so aggressive. They're just so in each other's faces. We'll see. As the probe comes in for a scout, once again, Vindicta going for a Rax Expand. Single Gas Geyser has been taken, so an economic opener here out of our Red Terran player. Likewise, Nina going for a Gate Cyber Expand as well. So, economic openers all around, for the time being. SCV moves out across the map to get some scouting information. Nina being quite a nuisance once again, going to be delaying the expansion here for a couple of seconds. Ooh, went up to 500 minerals before throwing down that CC, so a pretty big delay. Not the biggest of deals, but yeah, you know, a slight advantage here for Nina. As the SCV gets across the map, and this time there will not be a bunker. This time everything is looking as it should. And we're getting into the swing of things. Let's go. A standard PvT? Is it happening? Nah, no shot. Amongst NA players? No way, Bobby, no way. I hope so, but... Oh, we already have A very interesting deviation here. Vindicta throwing down a second Rax, soon to be a third Rax as well. It's going to be a 3 Rax. Interesting choice. The rush distance by ground isn't the shortest here on this map, and 3 Raxes have fallen out of favor. So basically, it looks like Migs, he's hoping it's a Stargate. Stargate openers are very common on this map. It's a short rush distance by air, so it makes sense to go into Phoenixes. So Migs is taking a risk. Hasn't seen the tech yet, hasn't seen that it's not a Stargate, it's a Twilight Council. So the way that this works is that Migs is going to be building up a bio army, a pretty hefty bio force that's going to hit with stim. There isn't going to be any medevacs with this army, so every stim is going to be that much more crucial, and we have to preserve them. We won't have too much longevity to this army. We're going to be pushing out. Now, ideally, this does so well against Phoenix-based openers, because against Mass Marine, Phoenixes, they have a very hard time picking them up and dealing with them, especially since they do shoot up. Reapers, though, they get into the main base, and Migs, he will scout the tech. He does scout, he does confirm. Others around! Trading 2 for 2, not the best trade here from Migs, but immediately Marauders. So this is how you deviate. As soon as you confirm that it's not a Stargate, this is a Twilight Council instead, you need to transition into Concussive Shell and Marauder production. This is how you can have a decent army against a Mass Stalker-based army. So a nice adaptation here out of Vindicta. But it's still going to be a tough execution for him. And this isn't all-in. I should also reiterate that. The 3 Raxes are not all-in by any means. They're a way to gain map control, to be aggressive, but to also expand behind it. There are all-in variations, don't get me wrong, but this shouldn't be one of them. As factories on the way, eventually the starport, eventually medevacs. Migs just fanning out his units, trying to get some scouting information. And we do see, oh, interesting, Nina going for a 2-gate blink opener into a robotic spay. We've seen this before. Is going to be delaying the third in favor of the bay. Third is on the way. But yeah, we've been casting quite a bit of Nina recently, and this is, yeah, similar to what we've seen in the past. So a very safe play essentially out of Nina. I mean, as I said, we saw this previously against Spiffy. Their very safe play is going to be able to get into Colossi that much faster. And Migs does move out with this single Marine, does confirm the third base. Does confirm the Nexus. Is aware. I believe Migs hasn't seen the Colossus yet. Hasn't seen the robot production. For all he knows, it could be, 3 or even 4-gate blink. In which case, Migs has to be more careful. Looking at the vision of Nina, she was able to confirm earlier. She was able to see everything in the main base. Is aware. And here comes the first push. Migs, he spots the army ahead of time, did have control of the Zonaga. Stims! Oh! Does get one Stalker, does get a second Stalker as well. Big pickoffs. Again, a bit unfortunate there for Nina to lose 2 Stalkers already. Doesn't sound like a lot, but we don't really have a lot of units to begin with. Every Stalker is precious. We do need to babysit them. Behind this, Vindicta is getting his 3rd CC on location. He has map control, so we can get away with this. It's a greedy move, but because he has control of the center of the map, he can, of course, justify getting that base on location. Plus, one attack is on the way. Additional Marines and Marauders. Also, really mature play here. Instead of committing to his push, he only moves out to take control of the map and he pulls back. He doesn't commit. He knows that the chances are, because he got scattered early on, this push isn't going to work and that he won't be able to deal too much damage. So he doesn't force the issue, he doesn't overextend, he doesn't throw away his army, he preserves it in favor of a later timing with medevacs and even a tank. So again, a lesser player would have just gone in anyway, would have thrown caution to the wind and just gone and taken the risk of just attacking. Migs, though, respecting Nina, does hold off. Here we go, is going to be reinforcing with these tanks. Marine does scout ahead of time. Colossi have been confirmed. There are 2 Colossi already. We have a 3rd Colossus in production, and Nina ready for a drop into the main. We have a shield battery at the third base. Nina just getting ahead in the economy, or maintaining that economic lead. And speaking of, there's the fourth. Fourth base is on the way. Upon seeing the Colossus, once again, Migs backs off. Again, respecting the army and the position here of Nina. Is aware that it's going to be difficult to really break this. And instead, we're going to be backing off. We're getting into Ghost production and Vikings as well. Migs just refining his army, taking up even further. Ghost for EMPs, Vikings to deal with the Colossus. Now, the downside here is that this means that Nina can do whatever she wants. She's safe at home to tech up and to probe up. In so doing, we do have that robo on the way. This should be for disruptors. We will need disruptors to try to defend against that eventual push. As Nina is already up to 3 Colossi. That's the ideal number you want to be stopping at. Any more than 3 Colossi and you're at risk of just doing overkill and overdamage, just wasting DPS essentially. And on top of that, it is very commonplace for the Terran to start investing into Vikings, so if you have too much invested in Colossus, then they're just going to go down to the Vikings and you have nothing left. You do need to diversify that splash damage, and it's going to be disruptors. Here we go, the army is pushing out. Nina to see this. Does have the observer in position. Decent force fields, one of the ghosts is going to go down. Nice pickoff. But Migs, he's not stopping. Big EMP on the Colossus. Oh my god, the Colossus is getting very low. The disruptors down. Ready! We need more time! We need those disruptors. And here we go. We collapse on the army. We are forced to engage. Overcharge is kicking in. But the Colossus is being focused down by the tanks. And it looks like Migs just has too much. Nova goes off, does connect with the Marauders. But there's just too much on the ground. We're breaking through. We have one disruptor left. The target firing. The disruptor goes down, and it looks like Vindicta has done it. He struggled in the semifinals, but here in the grand finals, he breaks through the main army. Kills the Colossus, the disruptors. There are only a handful of stalkers left, and it's not enough to stop Vindicta. Boys are being pulled. The robo goes down. The surround. Nina doing what she can, but it looks like there's just far too much. GG gets called, and Vindicta will take the series 3-0, becoming this week's Tenacious Turtle Tussle champion. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Vindicta. My condolences to Nina. She did do well for herself, getting all the way to the grand finals, but here in the finals was maybe a little bit too spicy. Winding it back, like, I can't even believe what the hell just happened this series. Remember, I don't want this game. This game was pretty standard. It was a pretty straightforward. We got into the mid game. We got into 3-way saturation. Don't let this distract you by the fact that game 1, Nina went for a proxy double robo. Went proxy 2 robos. Just remember that. It was crazy. It was wild. Nonsense. So a very dynamic series overall. Personally, I would have loved to have had a longer series and had more of a back and forth, you know, going to game 4 or game 5. That's personally what I would have wanted, but regardless, GG, congratulations here to Vindicta for taking it all. GG, well played. Don't forget to join the match. Thanks for competing. Gracias, papi, gracias. But GG, well played, and yeah, with that, Vindicta, he wins his first ever Turtle Tussle. Let's go, papi. Again, he's gotten second place before. I mentioned in the past he got second place against Trigger, never came first until now, after retiring. Smooch. Smooch, papi, smooch. Feels bad, man. Took retiring to win one of these weeklies, but again, we appreciate it. For those that are maybe tuning in for the first time and maybe not aware of what's going on, again, this is a region-locked event, region-locked to North America, Latin America, Oceania, and Southeast Asia. That's why we had Stardash earlier, a Filipino Protoss player. We had plenty of Americans as well. We were missing a lot of our regulars, but I don't blame them. Nice and Trigger, I'm sure, especially Trigger, is focusing on preparing for his matches for ESL Masters, and Nice is most likely taking a break after his own ESL Masters run in their respective regionals. So very understandable that they aren't here this time. But we do quickly have a look at the bracket as well. Again, Vindicta didn't have the easiest time. I mean, both players actually. Nina dropped a game to Spiffy B in the quarterfinals, and Vindicta dropped a game to Stardash in the semis as well. So there was some competition. There was some back and forth leading into the finals. But in the end, that does conclude our tournament here for this morning. One of our many broadcasts. Again, it's been a bit of a marathon cast here tonight. We casted KSL yesterday, the Korean StarCraft League, which led into World Team League. We casted that as well into World Team League, which led into ESL Masters Americas, which is a couple of hours ago, which led into this Tenacious Turtle Tussle. Fun fact, I have been sleeping in between these broadcasts, but I've been sleeping like in 2-hour intervals. Unironically, 2-hour intervals in between each of those broadcasts. So that's why it's like a pseudo marathon. At least I was able to get some sleep. I was able to get a couple of hours of sleep at least, and I'm looking forward to after this broadcast where I can finally get like a proper 8 hours. Our next broadcast is going to be later on tonight. I say tonight, maybe tomorrow, depending on where you are. Of course, I'm here in Australia. It's already Sunday, already 2 p.m. But our next broadcast is going to be ESL Masters Asia in 9 hours and 40 minutes. 9 hours and 40 minutes. It's going to be a co-stream. We do have permission to co-stream, so we have been co-streaming alongside the main stream, just adding our own, you know, commentary flavor to what's been happening, our own, our own flavor to things. And yeah, tonight is the finals. It's going to be the finals of Asia, Europe, and Americas. ESL Masters Winter comes to an end tonight. Kind of comes to an end. It's all leading into DreamHack Atlanta. That's another big thing, especially if you're native to the Americas. If you are local to Atlanta, to the scene, then I highly recommend checking out DreamHack Atlanta. It's going to be an amazing tournament, and so many people are going to be converging there. So many players, casters, community members. They're all coming together for DreamHack Atlanta for a big kind of celebration of StarCraft. So again, if you're local, keep your eye out for tickets for DreamHack Atlanta. Be sure you're there. Be a part of the event. It's going to be amazing. I'd love to go. I'd love to go one day. I've never been to like a big premiere event like that. It's hard just because I'm here in Australia. We don't have you know, an IM Katowice that's nearby or a DreamHack Atlanta that's nearby. We've had smaller local events, which I have had the luxury of casting. I've casted like at PAX Australia, for example, but they're few and far between. So maybe one day we'll be able to go to an event, a big StarCraft event. One day, Bucky, one day. Oof. But with that, we are done with our tournament for now. What do I mean by that? We still have more to cast. We still have plenty more ahead of us. If you're curious, typically after a TTT, after a Tenacious Turtle Tussle, we do have a viewer replay stream. Over the course of the past 2 weeks, we have been accumulating viewer replays. There is a point redemption in the chat where you can redeem a replay cast, and we have a couple that have been banking up over the past couple of weeks, and we are going to be diving into that. It's going to be a little bit different. Again, don't expect pro play. I mean, sometimes we have pro players redeem replays like Demi and Eba and Night Phoenix and Dimaga. We've had, and Trigger. We've had pro players redeem replays before. But mainly these are replays from community members, you know, more like Diamond or Masters level players. Oh, I wasn't meant to do that. Sorry, I accidentally clicked on my replay. So we aren't done yet. We have one event left to cover. Replays, viewer replays. So again, it's going to be a little bit more chill. Don't expect as much high level play. As a result, we're not going to be as critical. We're going to be enjoying the games and praising our viewers in the process. So yeah, going to be a little bit more chill, a little bit more laid back. So get ready for that. Get ready to enjoy. I do need some time here to set up the overlays. So we're going to be going on a short break. When we return, we will have some viewer replays ready for you. Also, before I head off, if you want to support this tournament and all of our tournaments, exclamation mark Patreon. Patreon in the chat. We have a Patreon. We have a Matcherino page as well. All things come together. Oh, sorry, I should pay out the predictions. My apologies. I misspelled Vindicta in the predictions. Aye. But regardless, exclamation mark Maturino in the chat, or Patreon as well. They both do help support the tournament if you wish. If you want to support the tournament, if you want to support the local scene, then you can do so via Patreon and Maturino. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Again, we're done with our pro coverage here, and I do also recommend checking out, check out Nina's stream, check out Vindicta's stream. I believe they were both streaming their POVs. Check them out, support them as well. Give them plenty of love, plenty of support, and yeah, we had a great tournament, great turnout, great finals. And we'll see you guys after the break with some more shenanigans. See you soon.
Should we go in Spanish this one?
Do it.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
All right, I don't know if I can do this. All right, let's try. Aquí en esta esquina de la mapa es un Terran player. Es rojo, es rojo. Y a la izquierda.
Ooh.
I don't know my directions perfectly, but I believe it's izquierda.
Yeah.
A la izquierda, este jugador es verde y es un Terran y es el final map. Si puede ganar, yo creo. Es Boga.
¿Y juntos qué son?
Y juntos son los antimancos. We did it.
That was better than what I could have done.
It was better than what I expected.
En el en el derecho. Izquierda, derecho. Aquí en la mapa, en la esquina tenemos el azul Terran, tenemos Marea y su what's teammate? Su compadre, su amigo, su enamorada, no sé qué es, pero aquí tenemos el Protoss, es azul, es Derki, y juntos son el equipo, los lamas.
Los lamas. How do you say llama in Spanish?
Llama, yeah, maybe.
Right, just llama?
Yeah.
I don't know either. I completely skipped trying to go for north or south. That was going to be an impossible one for me.
And coming alive from the Plaga de Cuto Beach on the Isles of Pine, from the Lagoy part of Bintan Island, from Karagandi in Kazakhstan. We are here with the 29th edition of ESL Pro Tour Open Cup Asia Division. I am your host, Yaku of the Zaku, and with me today I have La Pastora, que es allergica a la pasta. El jugador del bolos con todos los cajolers. Wait. I have El Narado que saca todos los caimanes himself, Light_VIP. How are you doing, Light?
What's up, Yaku? Good. The entire time I was like, why can't I add you? Like, I'm looking for you in the list, and this fucking guy.
Well, here we are in our. Oh my god, it's not a ZVZ.
Oh god.
Dios mío, gracias. We have our Red Zerg player from DHZ.
And welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. Hope you enjoyed that duct tape from times gone by. As we are set up here, we are set up for something a little bit special. We are set up for a viewer replay cast. Again, don't expect anything too amazing. I mean, expect shenanigans. I'm expecting a lot of nonsense out of these games. That's typically how things go. People don't redeem replays unless chaos is ensuing. So I'm ready for it, Papi. I'm ready for it. But yes, if you're interested, if you want your own replay covered as well, then you can do so via Point Redemptions. You can redeem a replay cast. I believe it is 10k channel points in the chat. It's quite a lot, but hey, if you're a consistent viewer, if you're gambling as well with the predictions and all that good stuff, then you should be fine. You should have plenty of points. I have almost 400k channel points. Jesus. I have a lot of channel points. But regardless, we do have that available to you. So if you're interested, you can, of course, redeem your replay and we will cover it. The one exception, or the one thing to take note of, is that we only accept replays from yourself. If you manage to get your hands on someone else's replays, like from another tournament or another broadcast or another player, we do specify that, we have your own replays here. In the past, we've had Soundo specifically redeem Dave Tester's replays, and they were fun, but at the same time, we don't want to cast his replays without his permission, so we did put a stop to that in the end. And for the time being, we have 4 replays, 4 games lined up for us, each of course from a different viewer in the chat, so let's go. I'm ready for it. Up first, as you can see, we have Soundo versus Senior in a PvP. Soundo, of course, he was actually competing in today's tournament. He competed in today's Tenacious Turtle Tussle. He got knocked out in the first round by Diggles in the round of 16, but he took a game. He did force the ace match, so they went back and forth in the end. So I appreciate that Soundo was able to, I think, take his first game in tournament play. So really impressive stuff. Big shout to Soundo. And I believe this is a ladder game. I believe all these games are ladder games, so we're going to be diving on in to this PvP that I'm a little bit scared of. I'm a little bit concerned what I'm getting myself into. Let's go. Let's go. The viewer replays. Of course, overlays are set. Oh no, I did forget. I do have to get rid of the turtle as well. After this game, I'll get rid of the turtle. There's going to be a random turtle out on the map. Don't worry about it. Unrelated. Unrelated as here we go. We are diving into game number 1 and spawning in the top left hand corner of Site Delta. We have one of our lovely viewers in the chat. We have the Australian Protoss player, the Red Protoss, representing Clan Bud Air. It is Soundo. And spawning in the bottom right hand corner, we have his opponent. We have a ladder hero. Not too sure where he's from, but he's a blue Protoss. It is Senior. The Soundo versus the Senior in a PvP, and I'm expecting a cannon rush. I'm ready for it. Soundo, he's been very, to my dismay, he's been very fond of these gate forge openers that he's been going for in PvP. We'll see if that continues to be the case. I'm not quite fond of it, but we'll see what he brings to the table. And so far, we have a gate expand setup, a very economic opener here on Site Delta. This is something that you can get away with because specifically on this map, it's a very rare thing. In the current map pool, there is a ramp coming into the natural. So going for an economic opener like this, going for a gate expand is viable, is possible because you do have a bonus, an added advantage here back at home. It's something that you can't quite get away with on other maps like, I almost said Gressfarm, that's a previous map pool. On other maps like Hard Lead, for example, or Oceanborn, or Golden Aura, or any other map really, outside of Radisson Station. And oh, nope, Soundo, never mind. He opens up with an economic opener, what looks to be economic, but he throws down a proxy pylon across the map. This is looking like a proxy Stargate. Uh-oh. Cybercore is on the way. Expansion has been delayed. Senior is aware of this. He's aware that something is wrong. He himself setting up for his own gate expand. He went for 2 gases though, which means he can throw down tech. And there we go. He goes for a Cybercore first, just in case. He has the money to expand, but he's not. He's aware that something is wrong. Something is amiss. He's waiting for Soundo to throw down his own expansion. I like this from Senior. Again, he has the money for it, but He doesn't want to get caught with his pants down. He's aware that the second pylon is missing. He's aware that the Nexus hasn't been thrown down. And Sounder, show us what you got. He's lacking in gas. Oh, his second gas is late. Late second gas, which means late tech from Sounder. Not the best execution here, and as a result, he's going to be delayed. We can see Senior still terrified back at home. No one's expanding. Shield battery on the way, and there's the Stargate. Senior throwing down a second gateway. He hasn't scattered. He doesn't know what is coming his way. He's scouting his main. Just in case it happens to be a proxy. But yeah, proxy Void Rays should be coming out from Sounder. Now, this isn't, again, this isn't the cleanest of executions. Again, his second gas guys need to be faster to really get this going. I do like the mind games of going for a gate expand. Meanwhile, Senior, he's scouting, he's checking, and he will come across the Stargate. He's aware, he knows. He sees all the shield batteries, sees the Stargate, he knows he cannot stop this. He has high ground and he can shell away at the shield battery at least. But he responds with, oh wait, pulling the boys? Oh, this is not gonna work. We have additional gateways on the way. That's gonna be 4 gates in total, but we pull the boys and we don't have the surface area. I don't think we can kill the pylon. We can try. Oh, we're going straight for the pylon. The shield battery can heal this. The shield batteries, Bobby. Pylon is going to go down, but we have 2 more finishing up. The Void Ray will pop out. Again, these shield batteries, if they wanted to, they could focus on the pylons themselves. Void Ray going ham. The pylons are exposed. They are going down, surprisingly. Oh my god. We depower everything, but there's another pylon on the way. The Void Ray pushing forward here. Can Sounder still pull this off? He's supply blocked, but has since broken free. Still has a shield battery on the low ground. And I still don't think this is worth it. Sure, we depowered this building for a little bit, but where's our mining? Where's our economy? The pylon is exposed and it's going to go down. Shield battery keeps the Void Ray alive. Ooh, that cancels the warp in as well. The value. Senior, he's down to 2 gateways, dropping one of his stalkers. He's gonna lose another stalker as well. This is getting out of hand. 1 Void Ray to rule them all. That's all we need. Apparently that's all we need. That's a kill, not a cancel on the pylon. We're going for the Cybercore. GG gets called, and Sounder, he wins it all with 1 Void Ray. I'm shaking my head. Oh god. Was that Sounder or was that Dave Tester? That felt like a Dave Tester replay. Not like this. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations, Sounder, for taking that game. That was, again, a pretty wild turn of events. Again, I did like the reaction overall. So, winding it back a little bit, what was our opposing player name? Senior. I did appreciate that Senior, he was scouting. He confirmed that the pylon was missing, that the expansion wasn't being taken, and even though, if you remember, Senior, he was set up to go for a gate expand himself. He didn't go for the expansion. He was aware that something was wrong. He accurately, in a way, read the situation. Took him a little bit long to actually recognize what exactly was going on, but he was playing very conservative, and he was going up to 4 gateways with Blink. Oh, sorry, not with Blink, but just with Stalkers, with the Cybercore. But pulling the boys there, it hurt him more than it helped him. That was a brutal maneuver. So much lost mining time. Sure, he killed the pylons, but it didn't matter. He couldn't deal with the Void Ray. The 1 Void Ray was just annihilating everything. And I know that a second Void Ray was on the horizon, but literally, Sounder, he just won that game with 1 unit, with 1 Void Ray. I guess the probe as well, throwing down pylons. But that was his only attacking unit, and he took the game. I'm shaking my head. shaking my head. But GG, well played. My condolences, of course, to our Senior here, as yeah, maybe just having some PTSD to being proxy Void Raid, and he just wanted to get rid of it, and again, an overreaction did cost him in the end. Bit of a PSA if you're in the chat. Pulling the boys to the 3rd base location like that is ill-advised. That's not. I mean, it kind of almost worked, I guess, kind of, but it was also like an inefficient variation of the proxy Void Ray, so it was crazy. Regardless, GG, well played. That's our first game in the books, our first viewer replay, and we have more on the way. up next, here we go. We have a ZVT between Sylar and Kyo. On Unidos por el Vicio. Let's go. I believe that is a Peruvian team, so most likely a Peruvian or Latin American player. I do know that there are some non-Peruvians on Unidos, so don't want to make an assumption of what country he's from. But here we go. We're getting into that next game. Here we go. Stream over on a break. On a break. Was on a break earlier. But now we're getting into that second game, and here we go. Once again, Side Delta. And in the bottom right-hand corner of Side Delta, we have the most likely Latin American player representing Unidos por el Vicio, the Red Terran. It is Kyo. Not to be confused with Quito in the chat, who I did notice. And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the American Zerg player, the Blue Zerg, representing himself. It is Sir Mix-a-Lot, aka Sylar. I should fix that, actually. Hold on. One momento. There we... Bam! There we go. Alright. Just so things can be a little bit less confusing. But yeah, we are getting into our openers here. Sylar looking to go for a hatch gas pull is going to be delayed here by the SCV. This is pretty huge, actually. A big delay on the expansion is finally thrown down. But Kyo already throwing a wrench in the works. He's going for a low ground Rax. This is looking like a 2 Rax opener here from Kyo. Could be a Rax factory. That is another variation that is viable and is available here for our Terran player. So we'll see how he does open up. Again, Sylar just going for a hatch gas pool, a delayed opener, but a standard opener nonetheless. Just a little bit delayed here because of that SCV. And back at home, it is going to be a Rax into factory. So this is the quote-unquote special opener. It's something that Special does. I want to say Gumiho has whipped it out a couple of times as well. Cure has also experimented with this, but Special is the one who, again, pioneered this opener. Going for the low ground setup does allow you to wall off and get a more secure natural base early on. Again, this is ideal on a map specifically like Side Delta, where you have a ramp leading into the natural. So you can be a little bit greedy and you can, again, throw down a wall in such a fashion, as we're fully walling off here on top of the ramp. Again, this is very unique to this map specifically, and maybe Radisson Station. On some of these other maps, again, the production is that much more exposed, and you are vulnerable to a Roach push. Like, Roach aggression can punish this, just because when the Roach Ravager rocks up, it doesn't just deny and threaten your natural, it denies and threatens your production. And that's game, essentially. But there's the add-on swap. The Overlord does confirm this, does also confirm the delayed CC. So, very fast Hellions are on the way. CC now on the way, but a very delayed base here from Kyo. Oh, and we're not getting into Hellions, we're getting into Cyclones. Also, this is misplaced. Yes. Oh no! The wall is a little bit of a mess. It's a little bit disjointed. Second factory. Of course, it's going to be mech. It is going to be mech here for Kyo. Lings are rocking up. They're going to be applying some pressure, but the Cyclone should come out in time, and Kyo should be able to hold. Lings have arrived. The Cyclone does reveal itself. The other important thing is that Sylar, he did just scout the tech. He just saw the second factory, so he's aware of the mech coming his way. And he needs to be droning. He needs to be droning as much as he can. He's a little bit supply blocked, which is unfortunate. But should be saturating his bases, looking to get into a Roach Warren. Alternatively, you can go Ling Hydra. It is a little bit more difficult, but Ling Hydra is also a possibility here as the wall's on a wall. The Rax gets floated, the Lings, they get into the main base, and we do delay the add-on swap. We delay the factory. Nice moves here from our Zerg player. There we go. Factory is going to be repositioning. Roach Warren is on the way. Lair as well. And again, Roach Warren makes plenty of sense. Ling Roach Ravager is kind of what you... Or Ling Bane Roach Ravager is what you want against, especially a... battle mech composition. Mainly Ling Roach Ravager. as we do have that Cyclone upgrade on the way. I believe it's called Hurricane Thrusters, Cyclone Speed, essentially. For the time being, we are going Mass Cyclone Hellion. But Kyo, he's stuck at home. He isn't being too active. I do think he could have been a little bit more adventurous when it comes to hunting down some of these overlords. But Kyo has been taking a more defensive position instead. And Sylar back at home has just been saturating his bases, taking his gases, working towards his lair. Baneling Nest is on the way, so again, Lingbane Roach Ravager should be the composition of choice here for the Zerg player. It's going to be on Kyo to be active, to push out, to try to apply some pressure here. He has to be careful not to overextend, has to be careful not to push too far into creep. Oh my god, that's the third CC on location. Oh my, the greed! The greed, papi. That's going to be a third CC on location here for Kyo. And we'll see if he can get away with it, as that's what? That's Stim. And that's a second Rax. And that's a... Oh. Okay, so it's going to be a double factory opener with Hurricane Thrusters, and we're not going into mech. We're building up a marauding force of Cyclones and Hellions, and we're transitioning into Bio. This is not really a thing. I do love it, don't get me wrong, I love these hybrid styles. The reason why I'm a little bit critical of this, and the reason why you don't see this at the highest level of play, is because you're investing into an army and you're investing into upgrades and you're delaying upgrades. That's the more important thing. You're delaying Stim, you're delaying your Bio army, Medivacs as well, in favor of something that isn't really going to scale well into the mid game. It's this army that you're not gonna refine or build towards. So very middle of the road, and again, as a result, the Bio force is going to be that much weaker. There's no E-Bays, there's no 1-1. Again, late Stim, late combat shields, late concussive shell, late Medivacs, all delayed because we invested so heavily into these Cyclones and Hellions. And I wouldn't be so upset about this if we had done something with this. Like, we've just been defending back at home. Finally, we're moving out. I hope we're moving out. It's like, we need to achieve something with this army, otherwise we're just delaying ourselves and we're just putting ourselves behind. Back at home, Sylar, he's droning up to 60. Just under 3 base saturation, 4th base is on the way, creep is spreading. We have our 1-1 upgrades. I'm not too fond of the +1 carapace. It looks like Sylar's going for a Roach Ravager heavy composition instead of a Ling Bane Roach Ravager. But regardless, he has the Baneling Nest, and Baneling Speed is done. And this is the problem as well. Like, it's not like you're bamboozling your opponents and tricking them into making a subpar army that isn't ideal against Bio. Like, no, this can work as well. Like, Lingbane Roach Ravager, not the worst against a Bio army. And we're sending it. We're cutting workers at 3 base saturation. Dropper Lord is on the way. The Lings are amassing. Sylar is getting ready for his push. And Gia is underprepared for this. Here we go. We are pushing with a mass amount of Hellions and Cyclones. A couple of Marines supports. We do have a Dropper Lord into the main. The Baneling drop! Banelings are making their way towards either the main or the 3rd base. Lings, they do catch these Marines. They get a surround. Marines are going to be going down. We do respect the Hellion Cyclone, and we're going straight for the mineral line, and there's no reaction. Yeah. The job comes in. The mineral line goes down. How many SCVs? 15. 15 SCVs go down. Basically a mineral line. And from here, Kyo, he's pretty committed at this point. Sylar, he's joined up to 80 workers. We have a Spire on the way. I'm not too sure if I'm fond of the Spire, but hey, we're taking up, we're just gaining access to potentially a Muta Switch. Or even Broodlords as we go in later into this game. Melee upgrades are in production. We have Infestors for fungal growths. We're pushing in. This 3rd base is so exposed. And we have to give it up. Kyo out of position. He's pushing. We're going for a base trade, essentially. Kyo going to be giving up on his 3rd. And meanwhile, he's pushing towards the 4th base of Sylar. It's all or nothing. Stim is done, but Stims are very finite. We do get the Queens. And the drones. Oh my god, the entire mineral line is going to be going down. We do Stim once. We don't have Medivacs. We cannot heal up these units. And Sylar, he's racing back home. He will lose his base. That's a lot of damage. That's almost 20 workers going down. But the Cyclones are exposed. We do land with most of the fungals. And the Cyclones cannot kite away. The Bio Army stims in, but again, they're already battered, they're already bruised. And Sylar will clean this up. He denies the third, and he cleans up the army. What is there left? Kyo, he has a fourth base that's on the way. He's attempting to resaturate his bases. He's making a couple extra Cyclones. Not too fond of that. Greater Spire is on the way here for Sylar. And Sylar, all he has to do is just resaturate his fourth and just remax on Lingbane Road Ravager once again. There's no power units here. There's no tanks. The upgrades of the Bio Army is still catching up as we have +2 attack on the way. Widow Mines are being set up as well. And here comes the Overseer just to make sure we're aware of what's going on. A good scout from Sylar. Gets eyes on the Raxes, the production, the lack of additional tech. Want to make sure that there's no, I don't know, fusion core or maybe additional factories to go back into mech play. Instead, it's going to be Bio. And Kyo is pushing. I need to get rid of this turtle. Turtle going to be waving to the army as Kyo is moving out. Again, plenty of Marines and, plenty of Lingbane waiting for him. Queen is going to go down. The Bailings! Massive connections. The splits are not there. We're too far into creep. And Sylar will completely shut this army down. Not like this. We have plenty of medevacs, but very little to support. Very little for the medevacs to support, I should say. Kyo, he's getting back into this economically. We're back up to 60 workers from 40. So, you know, he's remaxing and resaturating. That's true. But his army is lacking. That's the problem. Force a cancel on the 5th. That's going to be a kill on the CC. Behind this, Vipers are on the way. We're a little bit oversaturated, and we could do with just refining our economy here. But for the most part, Sylar, he's backing off, he's remaxing, and Kyo is pushing. 2-2 still on the way. Still not quite done. Working through these rocks. Double expanding even. I appreciate the tenacity to double expand. I mean, he needs to do something crazy to come back into this, and if Sylar leaves him alone, then Kyo, he will be able to remax. Like, he's only down 20 supply. That's still a lot, but but the Broodlords are on the way. The Broodlords are upon us. They're not done yet. They're not in position. We're going to be able to push in towards his 4th base. There we go. We do throw down some blinding clouds. The Lingbane rolls on in. We don't even need the Broodlords as we fungal growth those Metamax. Personally, I would have liked Corruptors instead of Broodlords just so we can have some anti-air to shut down these Metamax. Regardless, we do push forward. We shut down the army. And Kyo is on his last legs. I almost called him Kyler. Kyo is pulling back here to the safety of his tanks. He does have 3 tanks. Big tank volleys. But here come the Broodlords. Here come the nail in the coffin. We have no answer. No Vikings, no ghosts. We have some Marines, but diving on this army is going to be difficult. We push in. He's going for the dive. The Fungals connect. The Roach Ravager's here to support. We get 1 Broodlord. 1 Broodlord goes down, but the rest stand strong. Additional Broodlords are on the way. Yeah, Kyo, he's going to try to dive on this army as well. He gets on top of some of the Broodlords at least. 2 of them go down. The Biles! Oof. The Bio Army actually getting a lot done. We get another Broodlord. Oh my god, they're going to be denied. Kyo fighting back. This was a risky move, but he got on top of the Broodlords. He shut them down. Only 2 remain, and we're looking to chase them down as well. The Vikings have arrived. Kyo, he's still in this. The Broodlords do make it out, though. And behind this, the economy is still looking strong. We have an Ultra Cavern on the way, 3-3 as well. I do think that if we just focus on a ground-based army, we could have enough. We don't have to spice things up too much with Broodlords, but the Broodlords are on the way. We're going to be harassing this 4th base. Vikings will need to respond. You can see that Kaio, he has actually tied up the supply here. He has evened things up. But it comes down to the quality of the army. And the reality is that, again, against Broodlords and Ultras, we need Ghosts. Ghosts are required, and there is no Academy. There is no Ghost Academy here. God, we're just doubling down on Mass Marine. Ay, ay, ay. More Marine, Papi, more Marine. Things are coming. The tanks are exposed. No. Tanks are going to be going down. These two Broodlords are going to be hunted down by those Vikings. Banelings, they don't have the best connections. This is becoming an overextension here from Sylar. Uh-oh. The Marine army, we're coming in for a surround. There's no way out. And Sylar is going to lose everything here. Now, he does get into the mineral line, and he's killing a couple of workers, but every single Broodlord goes down. I said this before. I think we're overcomplicating things. We don't need Broodlords. They're hurting us more than they're helping us. We just need Ling Bane Ultra. Even just Ling Bane. Ay, ay, ay. And just like that, Kyo, he takes a massive supply lead. He's doing this. He's pulling this off. He's double expanding, getting more bases. Planetary is done. He's heavily oversaturated, and he does need to transfer his workers. But outside of that, mate, he's popping off. Let's go. Let's go, Papi. 3-3's on the way. 3-3 is about to kick in for Sylar, though. These upgrades, they're on the horizon. Kindness plating as well. Do we have any Ultras looking at the units tab? We do not. Ling Bane Infestor. Now, something that's very important. We need to split. We need to spread our units. This army is so fragile. The Banelings are coming in. There's no split. We take the Banelings to the face. The fungal growth as well. And just like that, Sylar cleans up the army. Not like this. Yeah, we don't even need to stutter step. Just splitting the army, or pre-splitting the army is good enough, but alas, we did not have that. Just like that guy, he plummets in the supply. Here, not like this. You were doing so well. You were doing so well, Papi. Base is going to go down. We force a cancel. Again, still heavily oversaturated. 32 workers here at the third. I mean, to be fair, there's nowhere to saturate. Like, we're fully saturated everywhere else. I mean, we could take the gases. As SCVs are going down. Nidus into the main base. Amidst all this chaos, we have 10 Ultras in production. 10 Ultras. Ay, ay, ay. Not like this. Gio, he's also struggling when it comes to gas. We need gas geysers. He has almost zero gas in the bank. We need to saturate. We need to take them. Without them, his production is being camped. Without them, he can't afford something like Ghosts. He can't afford a higher tech army. That's why Gio is making almost purely Marine. That's all he can afford. +3. +3 is not going to get denied. And here we go. The Ultras, they have arrived as well. We're pushing forward. Catching the army. It looks like with the Ultras, instead of the Broodlords, this should be enough for Sylar to break through. Big fungal in the army. The SCVs are being pulled, no, into the Ultras. Big swipes go off. SCVs go down. And GG. Oh, not GG. GG gets called. Sylar, after a back and forth, after overextending, and likewise overextending, his opponent overextended as well, Sylar will take the game. GG. I'm shaking my head. Shaking my head. GG, well played. Neither player wanted to win. Neither. But yeah, just some big overextensions from both players. I do think that kind of, I guess, a bit of a PSA here. Broodlords, they have their place in this matchup, but they're not the kind of unit that you just want to like move out with and just push with. You know, Broodlords, they're very slow, methodical. You have to be very careful. They're very positioning based as well. And we saw that Sylar, he almost lost the game because of those Broodlords as well. There's a time and place. There are siege units, and I would say that they're ideal if the Terran player is turtling. I'm sure you've seen before, but Terran players, at times, they are prone to like walling off with tanks, with sensor towers, with missile turrets, you know, getting up to 3-4 bases, working towards a 5th. That's very iconic on Greslan, for example. And that's where these Broodlords can really come into play to trade efficiently and to kind of break these contains. But when you're up against a mobile bio army like this, like, not ideal, not ideal. We saw them just get completely surrounded and completely shut down. But eventually, you know, we were able to get into a more robust army with those ultras and able to break through. GG, well played. Well played, well played. And with that, that is our second replay cast in the books, and we have two more. We have two more ahead of us. Two more on the horizon. Here we go. Up next, we have another TVZ, but this time our viewer is the Terran player, less so the Zerg. It is going to be Frost versus Monopoly. Monopoly. Let's go. And finally, we can take a break from Site Delta. We can take a break, and we are heading into a very different map. We're heading into Equilibrium. Let's go. Equilibrium is coming up next. Again, we have two more replays, one from our viewer Frost and another from our viewer Babyling. So 2 games left. Unless we get some more replays ready. But otherwise, here we go. Spawning in the top right hand corner of Equilibrium, we have the American Terran, the red Terran representing Clam Donkey. It is Frost. It's a beautiful donkey. And spawning in the top left hand corner, we have her opponents. We have the blue Zerg player going for a 15 hatch. You have my attention. It is Monopoly. The board game that everyone played when they were young, and it was an awful board game. It was I mean, I say that. I guess the new generation, I doubt the new generation plays many board games, right? I feel like that was the thing before the internet, when like the family would get together, whether it's like your immediate family or maybe a gathering, like you'd whip out the celebrity heads or the Monopoly upwards. Yeah. Those were the days. I'm glad that they're gone. I'm glad that it's over. As, yeah, we do have a 15 hatch opener into a gas pool. So hatch gas pool overall from our Zerg player. Likewise, ooh, Frost spicing it. I love this. Okay, so Frost is going to be expanding her horizons here, and we're going for a bit of a Beyond opener. 2 racks on the low ground. 2 racks Reaper. I'm ready for it. Let's go. Let us go. Now, we'll see if a Monopoly is aware of how to... A drone scout? What? We have a drone scout coming out instead, and we will get eyes on this ahead of time. We do get eyes on these Raxes. It looks like Monopoly was actually ready for a hatch block even. Crazy. Just because Monopoly has 300 minerals in the bank. SCV is not going to go down. The wall does get up and running, and Monopoly, yeah, we're even a bit supply blocked even. Okay, it's all good. We break free from the supply block. Hatchery does finish. Queens are on the way. A link speed in production as well. Okay, there's a lot going on here. So, 1, we haven't pulled out of gas. We have prioritized gas production to deal with this. A spine on the way. A bit of an overreaction here from Monopoly. This is not necessary to defend. But we're staying in gas. This could lead into a Bane bust or even a Roach Rush. I'm sure the gas is going to be spent on something as... No, never mind. We are going to be pulling out. Potentially a bit of a mistake to leave it in gas. As the first Reaper has arrived, the goal here for Frost is to contain. That's the purpose. The purpose of a 2-Rax Reaper build is to contain the opponent, to delay the third base for as long as possible. It's not about breaking them, which is also why I feel like this Spine Crawler is an overreaction. It's very possible that Monopoly is unfamiliar with this opener and unfamiliar with this playstyle. For those wondering, this is like M2, by the way, like Masters 2 gameplay. And Monopoly, now we know what the gas is for, so it wasn't a mistake. We're rushing into a lair. The Reapers, they do spot the Spine Crawler, but we can just bypass. We get into the main base, and we do get eyes on the very fast lair. And this could be a couple of different things. Drones are going to be going down. Oh, the Reapers will be shut down as well. Link Speed kicks in. Link Speed does kick in. The Reapers go down, but I do think this was worth it. I do think it's worth sacrificing the Reapers to scout the main. Now, a second Gas Geysers, a third Gas Geysers on the way. This is looking like 2-base Muta, especially if we take a 4th gas. This shouldn't be 2-base Nidus because we have too much gas for that. This could be 2-base even an Infestation Bit or a Hydrogen. But I guess Spire would be the most logical conclusion here. We'll see. We'll see what kind of direction Monopoly takes us in. As back at home, Frost is just securing herself here on 2 bases, getting up to a 3cc 2-on-1. There it is. Spire is on the way. And we should be seeing this 4th Gas Geyser taken momentarily as well. So I'm not too fond of this. So coming into this, obviously, Monopoly is aware of the 2 racks, which means Monopoly should be aware of the potential for 2-on-1. 2-on-1 is ideal against 2-base Spire because we have so many Marines. We have so much anti-air available. Spire play is going to struggle to get damage done, and if Frost pushes with a stim timing, if Frost pushes with a medevac timing even, then Monopoly is going to have a hard time defending. Just because we're banking up all this gas for mutas, we're going to be delaying upgrades, we're delaying Evo Chambers, delaying Bailing Speed and a Bailing Nest as well. There's still no 3rd? Oh my god. Just heavily reliant on 2-base play. And we'll see if Monopoly can pull this off. Meanwhile, back at home, again, just an economic follow-up. Here comes the add-on swap, and here come the medevacs. As soon as the medevacs are done, Frost is going to be pushing. We're going to be moving out. And Monopoly is going to be in some trouble. Now, we do have enough resources for 5 mutas, soon to be 6. Okay, 5 mutas are on the way. We still don't have a 3rd. Because the 3rd is so late, I would love the gold base to be taken. But even then, like, it's just such a late hatchery, and because of the 2-on-1, okay, a couple of things. A 2-on-1 also tells you that Frost isn't gonna be active early on. No Hellions, no Cyclones, which means we could have expanded much sooner and we would have been left alone. There would have been nothing to stop a 3rd base. But here we go. Frost is pushing. The mutas are amassing. It's gonna be Ling Muta to defend. A very, very fragile army. But that's a lot of Lings. A lot of Lings are on the way, so we can deal with this. I do believe with the help of the Queens as well, Monopoly should be able to clean this up. It's going to be a tight hold, and hopefully Monopoly doesn't lose too many mutas. As the Marines are steaming forward. Frost checking ahead of time, does see the mutas. We do have the stim, the Lings, they come in for a full surround. Ooh, and we do collapse on this army. The Marines go down, the medevacs as well. A good cleanup here from Monopoly. Looking at the units tab, we did not lose any mutas. It was 25 Lings for 20 Marines. And back at home, Frost already has turrets. Frost accurately read what was going on. Now, it's a bit of a give and take. Monopoly cleaned up the army. That was well done. But the economy's in shambles. We're on 44 drones. The economy is very much so struggling for the Zerg player. Frost is ahead. Frost is ahead in the economy. Mules, workers, 3rd CC is already done. Monopoly, I would love to see a double expansion from the Zerg player. Take the 3rd and the 4th at the same time and take the gold. But for now, just a very late expansion. It means that Frost is set up to outscale the Zerg player. The onus here is on Monopoly to get some more value out of these mutas. We need to kill workers, essentially. We need to kill workers, or, I mean, we're at least delaying the 3rd. We have map control, and we're making it difficult for Frost to expand. Oh, also my apologies. Sorry, Monopoly. I just realized I left the wrong name up. My apologies. I just realized I kept saying Monopoly, and I'm sure people were like, "What? What is he talking about? Who's he on about?" The player. My apologies. Bit of a misrally with that drone. Mutas are in the retreat, and Frost takes control of her 3rd base location. We should be expanding. We should be taking that 3rd. Back at home, Bailing Speed's on the way. 1-1. Getting to that 3-base economy. Monopoly is recovering, is catching up slowly. I would say still has a lot of catching up to do. Frost likewise has forgotten +2. We have +2 attack on the way. +2 armor has not begun. It's an unfortunate oversight. Hopefully we can get around to getting that up and running. As Frost is pushing right through the center. Back at home we have Lingbane amassing. Frost is going to be actually rotating around, splitting up her army, going for a split push. We have a force going to be threatening the 4th. Another force threatening the 3rd. The mines are burrowing. We're diving in the Banelings. Oh! Ooh. Good connections here. 3 Widow Mines go down. But we have plenty of Lingbane to collapse on this army. At the same time, though, Frost pushes towards the 3rd base. We need to get into the mineral line. Pushing on forward. We do not get into the mineral line. Going to be trying to focus down the hatchery itself, and we're going to be able to get it. Ooh, some friendly fire. And this is going to be an expensive loss. The Marines go down. The medevacs will escape. Up. Most of them will. One does go down. Frost does get out of there. Once again, crippling the economy of Monopoly. Containing them to 3 bases. The muta count, though, is looking quite healthy. We're up to 12 mutas. Looks can be deceiving. I thought we had a little bit more. Not like this. As the Marines, the Lings, they dive into the 3rd base. Frost out of position. We have 1 Baneling. Oh, with only 1 Baneling, we cannot engage. We need splash damage. We need more than this. Frost is moving out, catches some of those reinforcements as well. Lings are getting picked off. 3 more Raxes behind this, +3 attack on the way, +2 armor now starting up. Yeah, we're just barreling through the center. And behind this, that's a lot of Banelings. That's 29 Banelings in production. Ay, ay, ay. Again, we barely have an economy to sustain ourselves. Frost has a supply lead. As long as we can split, as long as we can spread out our units, then we should be able to push in. But this area is just so wide open. We're going for the surround. Widowmine's going to be going off. The Marines. Oh my god, the friendly fire. The traitor mine. That was insane. The mines did more damage than the Banelings. And Frost is going to get cleaned up, but we have reinforcements on the way. We are continuing the rally. I'm shocked by how much damage those Widowmines did to the Marines. Ay, ay, ay. Big mine shots going off on the mutas there. Finally, it looks like a Monopoly will clean this up. We'll force this back. Frost has to retreat. We have a 4 CC on the way. Frost actually in a bit of trouble. We don't have enough. The Marines are going down the mines. Some decent connections. We take down half of the Lings. But Monopoly is just continuing to rally across the map. Breaking into the 3rd base. And more mine shots going to be going off. These mines are going to be resetting, actually. Oh no. Oh my god. Crucial Widow Mines. They make up for the earlier transgressions. It's okay. They go off, but the 3rd base is compromised. Now, Frost did keep most of our SCVs alive, but has lost mining. He's gonna have to get this back up and running. Hive is on the way for the Zerg. 3-3 soon to kick in. Not there yet, but we're working on it. We're working on +3. Are still working on it. As Monopoly finally has a little bit of time to drone, what's really hurting the Zerg player here is their lack of saturation. The lack of workers. Lack of goal base even. So these trades have been very close. Speaking of golds, Frost taking the gold. Let's go. I do appreciate this. Goal base is on the way here for Frost. We're gonna have a massive boost to our economy. Thors have arrived. The Thors are here. Goal base finally being taken here from Monopoly as well. Ghost Academy on the way. Do scan ahead of time. We do get eyes on the would-be hatchery. And we should force a cancel. We cancel that gold. How many meters do we have? 13 meters, zooming across the map. Hoping to get some damage done. There's no turrets. They do get some SCVs. Oh, and Frost is forced. Is everything going to come back home? I hope not. The mines! Ooh. The mines pop off. They take down one muta each. And we're going to keep pushing. I think this is the correct call. Turning back around is just not going to be an option here for Frost. We have to commit. Pushing in, that's a lot of Banelings on the way, but that's also a wall of Marauders. The Marauders, they stand strong. They soak so many of those Banelings. But we still have so many more behind this. We come in for the surround. Oh, the Banelings connect. The mutas come in. We have some reinforcements coming in, and does Frost barely have enough? It looks like Frost should be forced back once again. The mines. Okay, one mine goes off. And Frost is forced back. And this time Frost is going to be losing her medevacs as well. An expensive loss here for Frost. Ay, ay, ay. I don't like this. Ah, the friendly fire. Friendly fire going to be popping off as well. Monopoly is snowballing out of control. We're getting on top of the reinforcements. There are still these two hero Widow Mines behind this. Mine shots go up. Frost is barely holding on. And this gold base is coming in clutch. If it wasn't for this gold, we would be seeing a very different game. Speaking of, Monopoly doesn't know. Monopoly doesn't know about the gold base. Otherwise, I'm sure we would have tried to punish this. There's no planetary here, not yet. A big oversight from Monopoly. Otherwise, we could have punished this. We could have denied this. Alas, we were unable to. Monopoly going to be pushing towards the south, getting into the mineral line. Turret goes down. We're going to get at least some SCVs here. Oh my god, all of them even. Frost down to 39 workers. Ay, ay, ay. How many workers have we lost this game? 38. Not too many. In general, our players haven't been losing too many workers, but Frost barely has an economy left here. We're committed. We gotta go. Do need to send it. God, how many mutas do we have? We're up to 27 mutas. We deny a hatchery. Mutas, they don't turn around. There aren't any Widow Mines in position. Yeah, this base is going to go down. Likewise, Frost trading well here, sniping all these Banelings. Mutas, they do bust in towards the natural. Widow Mines are burrowing. Oh, ooh, one of them goes off. One Widow Mine does destroy the army. Ultras have arrived. And this base is going to go down. Monopoly out of position. Barely has a ground army. Mainly mutas. Oh, we're running into a minefield. These mutas, they're so fragile. We have to be so careful with them. The Overseer goes down. No detection. Here we go. Reinforcements dive on the army. We're looking for the surround. The mines! Ooh, oh my god. Big mine connections go up. And a lot of mutas go down, but we have enough to clean this up. Just barely. No detection. The ghosts. Oh my god. The ghosts are popping off. They survive. And we can keep pushing. Frost hasn't been making SCVs, by the way. We're still down to 36 workers. We're muling our hearts out. Heavily oversaturated at our natural. Oh my god, these mines, they're popping off. Oh my god, and that's gonna be it. GG gets called. Monopoly runs out of steam, loses their entire army, and Frost pulls it off. Oh my god. GG. Frost still had an active force. There was nothing left. There was actually nothing remaining here for Monopoly. 0 army supply or 10 army supply. We had a couple of workers. Yeah, we had like better saturation, but nothing else. Oh my god. GG. GG, well played. Frost weathering the storm, and let's be real here. The MVP for Frost was the goal base. The fact that the goal base was never touched, the goal base was never scouted. Honestly, if the Zerg player was aware, if Monopoly was aware of the gold, it would have been denied. We would have seen, remember, there was no planetary there. No planetary. We would have seen a couple of lings sent in that direction. We would have eviscerated the mineral line, maybe even killed the base, and there would have been no way to come back from that position. Frost would have been dead then and there. But last, the Zerg player never checked that location, never checked the gold. And this is our PSA from this game. If you're out there, if you have map control, if you're doing well, check the gold, Papi, check the gold. Whether it's Equilibrium, whether it's even Golden Aura, check the gold, Papi. GG. GG, well played. Congratulations to Frost, as they did take the game. Congratulations. And with that, we have 1 game left. Just catching up in the chat. Just catching up. Okay, it looks like we don't have any more redemptions. No more replay redemptions here. Which means it all comes down to this. Our final game, it's going to be, I believe, something a little bit different. It's going to be a ZVZ. Here we go. Gonna be a ZVZ between a Babyling and Choo Choo Rocket. That's quite a name. Choo Choo. Send it, Papi, send it. Unfamiliar with this player, but I'm ready for it. ZVZ. This could be a fast one. This could get very chaotic. I'm a little bit afraid. If someone's redeeming a ZVZ, alright. 2-base Swarm Host. Is Choo Choo Rocket gonna go 2-base Swarm Host? Maybe 1-base Lurker? It's gonna be something crazy, right? It's gonna be something out of this world. I'm concerned. We're going in. We are going in. It's a hard lead. Oh boy. What am I getting into? I don't know, Papi. I don't know. Send help. And here we go, spawning in the top left-hand corner of Hard Lead. We have our ladder hero. We have our red Zerg player. Currently teamless and clanless. It is Choo Choo Rocket. There ain't no brakes on this train. Choo Choo. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have our viewer in the chat, a longtime supporter of the channel. It is Babyling, the Blue Zerg. Here we go. We are getting into this, and alright, I'm gonna try and make sure I keep my eye on what the hell's going on, because I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to miss anything. So far, we're droning, so no 12 pool, no 13-12. Oh. But this is going to be a gas first. We do have a gas pool opener here from Choo Choo Rocket. A very aggressive start. With a gas first, you gain access to fast link speed, fast banelings. You can even rush into a fast Roach Warren. This should be link bane though. But we'll see. We'll see how this all is pieced together. So a very aggressive opener here from Choo Choo Rocket. Meanwhile, Babyling going for a hatch gas pool. Standard opener from our Zerg player. Aggressive opener from the red Zerg player. Again, it's going to be gas pool into the hatchery. Again, there's going to be a window, there's going to be a timing when Choo Choo Rocket has link speed and when Babyling doesn't. That's going to be a big window of opportunity. And we'll see if we stay in gas and if we commit to only link speed or a Baneling Nest or any kind of further tech. Also, I'm getting ahead of myself. It should be link speed, but, I mean, this replay redeemed, it could be something crazy. There we go. Lings are on the way. Going to be 6 lings. We have a queen as well. We're just waiting to get enough gas for link speed, and then we should be seeing it here in production as well. There it is. Link speed is on the way. Now we have pulled 1 out of gas, which is interesting to me. Only 1, not 2. So we will have enough to actually throw down a Baneling Nest soon. That is still going to be a possibility here for Choo Choo Rocket. Lings are moving out. Baby Ling does throw down a safety spine crawler, does see how late the hatchery is, so has correctly identified that it is going to be at least a pull first. Lings are moving out. Good Sim City. We have the Baneling Nest, we have the spine crawler. Lings are coming out. Queen is on the way. So far, a good setup here from Baby Ling. As the Lings have arrived, they dive on top of the Baneling Nest. Another important thing to take note of is Baby Ling did delay that speed. Did prioritize the Baneling Nest, and we are going to be able to keep it alive. Oh, that was a big overextension from Choo Choo Rocket, and we lost how many Lings? 4 Lings. Too many at this stage of the game. Meanwhile, there's a Baneling Nest from Choo Choo Rocket, so it is going to be a Ling Bane all-in. And so far, Baby Ling is very well set up. We have good Sim City, Spine Crawler, Baneling Nest is about to finish up, Ling Speed is on the way, and we should be seeing some defensive Banelings as soon as possible. We need the defensive Banelings. Meanwhile, an Overlord's going to be going down, so this could... Yeah, this is going to supply block Baby Ling for a moment. Actually, a pretty big supply block. We need the Overlords, we need the Banelings. Even a second Spine Crawler I wouldn't be opposed to. But of course, Baby Ling doesn't know how committed we are. That's something I should bear in mind. We can see that it's an all-in. Baby Ling, for all she knows, it could just be, again, like a pull first into droning, into a saturated natural. The Banelings, no! They're on A-move! 1 Baneling gets wasted. Not ideal. Ay, ay, ay. Baneling goes down. The army has been spotted. Baneling is getting ready back at home. Is preparing herself. Did drone. Ay, ay, ay. 8 workers are on the way. Not ideal here for Baby Ling, but we need more Banelings. Baneling going to be waddling on forward, but the Spine Crawler will deal with it. Gets a larva, but nothing else. There it is. Second Spine Crawler on the way. Second Queen has arrived. We could even be a little bit more aggressive with these Banelings if we wanted to. But for now, Choo Choo Rocket has his own Spine Crawler on the way? Question mark? Okay. Banelings are waddling in. Oh! Oh no! The drones! We get 2 workers. Not too bad. But overall, some wasted Banelings here. We dive on the Queen. Queen is going to go down. We're spreading creep on the side of Baby Ling? Question mark? As we roll back up. Again, Queens are getting in position. Banelings waddle in as well. They don't get any damage done. Good attention there to detail to pull back those drones. Keep them alive. Another Banelings on the way. Does go down. We're spreading. Why are we spreading creep here? What's happening? What's going on? Ay, ay, ay. He's an animal. We have 1 Baneling left, and it's gonna go down, and we can now collapse on this army. No Banelings remaining here for Baby Ling. We have a second Queen coming in. But Baby Ling has the defender's advantage. Clutch Transfuse keeps that Queen alive a little bit longer. But again, Baby Ling can push forward. We're spreading creep backwards from this base. We could even come forward with those Spine Crawlers, but yeah, we do pull back. Reinforcements have arrived. Oh, these Banelings are ambitious. They're not going to finish. They're not going to finish in time. The Queen goes down, and these Banelings should be shut down. And Baby Ling holds. Now, as the dust settles, we actually have an even worker count. Drone-wise, we're actually quite... Yeah, we're tied up. Oh, no, the oversaturation! Oh, that's not good. We are oversaturated in the main base. Likewise, we're still committed, by the way. We're going for a second all-in. We're not stopping. We're not slowing down. Also, we have creep here, so technically we have vision. We see everything. Crazy. And additional Queens are on the way. Baneling pushing forward. 1 Baneling does get baited out. No! The other barely does survive. The Banelings, they're wasted here. They don't even get on top of the larva. Big overextension from Choo Choo Rocket. He backs off. He's droning. He's droning at this point. He's aware. I love this counterattack here from Baby Ling. We have enough Banelings, or even Spine Crawlers and Queens to defend, so may as well go for a big counterattack. Choo 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 Rocket is taking control of the air, at least, is cleaning up a lot of these overlords, actually. As the Lings get across the map, we do have plenty of him to defend. We have a Spine Crawler in the main base as well from earlier. And Babyling is falling behind in the economy. Oh, the Lings, they get caught out. And a bit of an overextension from Babyling. We're getting into Roach production, actually. It looks like we're going all in. Okay. Babyling going all in at this point. Refusing to drone. Lingbane rolling in once again, but when it comes to throwing away units, Choo Choo Rocket, he saw Babyling throw away some Lings. Likewise, Ling's going to be thrown away here as well. Lair in production. Babyling down to 18 drones. And we got to go. We got to send it at this point. Oh, the queen on queen action. Not like this. I love that now Babyling is using the creep of Choo Choo Rocket just to keep starting creep. This is kind of working against Choo Choo Rocket here, as we're just sending everything across the map. The queens, the roaches, we're droning behind this, saturating our bases. And we need spines. There we go. Spine crawlers are on the way. Roach Warren still in production. Another spine crawler in the main base. And we just evacuate the natural. We just give up on it. A little bit preemptive here, a little bit too premature, I think, from Choo Choo Rocket. He could have been mining some extra workers, but the Banelings are rocking up. We are pushing in. We can focus on the hatchery. And we don't want to waste the Banelings. We are holding off here in case Lings come in for us around. Spine crawlers are going to be falling. Here we go. We're pulling the trigger. Lings are coming in. But we have Banelings up. Oh, the Banelings are going to be wasted, but the spine crawlers go down. The queens are arriving. This is going to get awkward. We need the queens to transfuse the roaches. We need to support. The spine crawlers in the main. Let's go. Yeah. Okay, sorry. I thought that these drones are going to be morphed into spine crawlers. My apologies. I mean, we got drones here. May as well start up the spines, to be honest. May as well. No! The drone. As the natural base is going to be going down. And this is where Babyling starts spreading creep from this base backwards towards her bases, right? That's where... Throw down the tumors! Throw them down! Let's go! We can do it! I believe! Por favor! Yeah, let's go! The tumors have been thrown down. Ay. The creep, it's everywhere. It's a clown fiesta, Papi. It's a clown fiesta. Pushing up this ramp is going to be difficult, but from here, Babyling is free to drone, saturate her bases, take up towards a Spire if she wanted to, or just Hydras, Lurkers, whatever she wants. It's going to be so difficult for Choo Choo Rocket to actually regain control of his natural. There's just too many roaches here in position. Another roach gets picked up. Oh, the Overlord. We don't quite snipe it. We are going to force this back up. Miles are going to be connecting. And Babyling is going to be waddling back home. Again, there's no need to really force the issue here. I love that we have a creep tumor actually that's covering the base location, so Choo Choo cannot expand. And from here, Babyling has a lair. Do we have roach speed? We don't. We can start working towards roach speed and at least saturating our bases. We still are lacking drones here in the main. We got a lot of draining to do. We got a lot of workers to make. And a Spore is on the way to deal with this tumor. And from here, it's kind of close, but I do want to give the edge to Babyling. There we go. We're now getting fully saturated on two bases. For the most part, we're still lacking drones here at the natural. Roach speed is on the way. Soon +1 range. And from here, we can work towards a third. Like, from here, Babyling just has to chill and macro. Like, there's nothing special has to be done. We have to just chill, macro and up. Make sure we don't over-drone. Oh, we're clearing up the creep. Oh, no. Oh, the tumors. They're going down. Likewise, Creepers me. Oh, there's still one tumor left. Beybling technically has vision of the natural. Third base is on the way. And it's going to be a tough road to recovery here for Choo Choo Rockets. I mean, he's doing a great job at shutting down Overlords at least, being very annoying. Beybling coming in for a scout. She needs to get a read on whether or not there's a Spire. That's the most important thing right now. Overseer goes down. And I mean, one base Spire shouldn't be too threatening. There it is, Lair in production. Oh, right, we lost the Lair. I forgot, but the Lair was at the natural and it went down. So even if we wanted a Spire, we can't afford one. We can't make one. We don't have the tech for it. These Overlord snipes have been insane. 6 Overlords have gone down, and they're keeping Choo Choo Rocket in this. They are keeping him in this. As Beybling is getting that third base up and running. Going to be droning, saturating. Gases are on the way. And we're just waiting for the upgrades to kick in. Once +1 kicks in, we already have road speed. We can push. We can move out. 100%. We can start engaging with this army, especially considering that road speed isn't done for the Red Zerg, for Choo Choo. Which means once the fight starts, we can kite and chase this down. Like, there's no escaping. Wants another Overlord. And here we go. We can just dive on this. Ravage is going to be going down one after the other. There is no escape. There is no speed for the Red Zerg. So he is going to be chased down. Also, I never got rid of the turtle. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I love that move actually from Choo Choo Rocket. He's trying to delay. Did pull a Roach back to soak some hits, but alas, there is no coming back from this. We have a wall of spines back at home. A lot of creep as well. Detection has arrived. And the creep is being completely shut down. Good biles here on the spine crawler. Even on the army. Oh. Decent dodges, and it looks like Beybling's in the snowball out of control. This is a wild game. Both players had their moments where they did overextend, to be fair. But Choo Choo Rocket was just overly aggressive and just didn't really get enough damage done with his aggression. Biles connects, but there's no army left. GG gets called, and Beybling will take the game. GG. How do we just watch? But GG, well played. Congratulations to Beybling for taking that game, for being able to weather the storm and the nonsense that was that game, where we just went for a Lingbane aggression or a Lingbane all-in. Then we backed off, we joined up, then we went for another wave, and we were spreading creep backwards from across the map. The queens were waddling out. It was wild. It was wild. GG, well played. It was a great game. I appreciated it. And yeah, with that I believe is our final game of the night. Oh, never mind. Oh, we have oh no. Never. We have a little bit more, actually. We have more. Hold on. It looks like Kronos in the chat, our lovely real Korean mod, has redeemed a replay cast. Alas, has bombarded me with a bunch of replays, but we can only pick one. Only one replay, Pappy. So we'll see what he does decide, what he chooses. Here we go. I'm catching up. Hey, do you guys know when Dark Zero will be? Wikipedia lists this stream as a source, but it's not. Oh? What tournament are you referring to? Africa World's 108. Oh, we do not cast Africa World. Oh, yeah. I believe that's casted over on the Africa service. The URL. URL? Website, that's it. I don't know what I was saying. Over on Africa.tv/Laughing Games, I think it's covered by the Laughing Games people. So yeah, check them out. I believe Hero vs. Dark will commence at some point. But it looks like we do have another replayed redeemed here at the last moment. And what are we getting into? Oh boy. What are we getting into? Show and folder. Okay, we have one more. Uno más. One left. Also, GG, I saw Babeling in the chat. Yes, with the clown nose. Very apt. It was a clown. It was a clown fiesta. It was shaking my head. It was great. It was beautiful. But I believe we have one more left. Un momento. Oh, I'm unfamiliar with the matchup. Okay. No, oh no, what's it gonna be? I'm afraid. Kronos, did you link me some mech? Kronos, he's known for his mech, Bobby. He's known for his mech. I'm concerned. But, I will get things ready. Just need a moment to set things up for our final game here. Alright, it is going to be a TV something. It's in Korean, so I don't actually know the lineup. It's going to be Kronos, our lovely Terran player on the CranKy Ducklings, of course, versus a player called Revenge. Let's get into this. Final game. Vámonos. Here we go. Again, for those wondering, Kronos... Oh, it's a TVZ. Let's go. For those wondering, Kronos, of course, he is one of the OG CranKy Ducklings, one of the OG fans and viewers of Crank back in the day, and has been a part of us for many, many years. Many, many years at this point. He's a med student. He is a med student. Did, of course, recently, I believe, finish his thesis, and I believe he is now has his master's, if I'm not mistaken. God, it's been so long. Been a journey, Pappy. And here we go, spawning in the top right-hand corner of Radisson Station. We have the South Korean Terran player, the Red Terran, representing the CranKy Ducklings. He's one of our own. He is Kronos. And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Blue Zerg player. It is Revenge. Now, it's been a while since we've casted Kronos. I want to say the last time I casted Kronos was like 2018. Long time ago. Maybe 2019. Maybe 2019. It's been a long time. Been a long time since Kronos competed in our amateur events, and I always appreciate seeing Kronos in chat. He also helps us with translations. If there's ever like some Korean that we need translated, Kronos is always there to help. Kronos even casted a little bit in Korean as well. Back in the day, did a couple of Korean streams over on his channel. Much love. And yeah, back in the day, Kronos, he was known, I say mech, Kronos was more known for BCs, the battle cruiser pipe. The BC was Kronos's unit of choice. And we're gonna see that here on Radisson Station. This is not a bad map to take up and to be greedy. This is renowned for that. So far, Hatchcast Pool standard opener from Revenge. I could be mistaken, but I think this this game was played on the Korean server. I could be wrong. Maybe Kronos can give us a little bit of insight in the chat. Spreading tumor at my doorstep. It was an animal. Oh, an animal. But here we go. Again, we have a Rax Expand. So far, pretty standard openers all around. Talking about Radisson Station. Fun fact, this is the first time we're casting on Radisson Station in like a week. It is the most vetoed map in the map pool. It's not seen very often at the highest level of play in the competitive scene. We sometimes get to see this map in WTL because the maps are predetermined and the players don't get a say in what they play in when it comes to the game number one. So we get to see this map in WTL at least, but outside of that, a big reason why we rarely get to see this map at the highest level is because of its features. Pocket base. Pocket base, no Reaper Cliff leading into the natural or the main, so just very difficult to scout, very secure 3-way setup. We have a secure 4th base as well. This is a map known for turtling, known for late game. It is very easy to get up to 4 bases on this map, and very difficult to break a player and deny that 4-base setup. Not impossible, but difficult. So we'll see what direction we go in. Cyclones are on the way. We have the add-on swap. Aye. This doesn't bode well. We're going to be getting into Cyclone production. Back at home, Revenge going to be working on that pocket base as well. Is going to be working through those minerals, eventually looking to expand and take a 3rd base. A lot of Zerg players on this map, they actually take the triangular 3rd, or this forward 3rd base as their 3rd instead. The reason for this is because it takes a little bit too long to mine through this, and you know, you can defend this quite easily. You don't need to take the pocket as your 3rd. It is usually wiser to save this base as your 4th or your 5th base. Your 4th base even. Instead, Revenge going for a sub 4-minute lair. Oh my god. We're going for a Baliness into, that was like a 3-minute 45 lair timing very early here. This could be a Nidus. I'm curious. This could be Dropalords. I mean, there's no Overlord speed, so unlikely for it to be Dropalords, but I'm very curious where we're going with this. You don't get a lair this early without good reason. Okay, Kronos is letting us know. NA. Play on the NA server. Fair enough, fair enough. Behind this, we're getting into our 3-1-1 setup here. Okay, we're working towards Stim, working towards Marine production. Kronos, he barely takes down the tumor, but he doesn't get into the main. Again, this is the big disadvantage of this map, is that it's so difficult to scout your opponent and to get a read on what exactly is going on. 2 gases have been taken, lairs finishing up. Are we just getting to fast bailing speed? No shot. Okay, fast bailing speed. Very odd choice here. Additional gases are being taken. This should be for Spire play. There's no reason to get up to 4 gases like this without, there we go, without taking up. And it's not going to be Spire, it's going to be a fast Hydra Den. Let's go. So Revenge, he's rushing into Hydras. Ooh, getting into double Evos as well. This is really gas intensive. And the scan, oh my god! The scan sees everything. We see the Baliness researching the lair, the upgrades, and the tech of the Hydra Den. Kronos, he sees, he knows. Now with this, we can approach this in a couple of different ways. Ooh, second factory is on the way. Interesting choice. Basically, upon seeing a Hydra heavy composition, tanks are what you want. Tank production is ideal. Widow mines are for mutas, tanks are for Hydras. That's kind of the way that you can approach that. For now, we have built ourselves up towards 6 Cyclones. That's quite a hefty Cyclone count. 3rd CC has been taken on location. Infestation bits on the way. My god, Revenge, he's taking up so quickly. He isn't even saturated on 3 bases. The scan reveals this. No saturation. Like, this is just so tech heavy. Roach Warren gets thrown down as well. A bit of everything. Meanwhile, Cyclones, they shut down the Overlord behind this. I'm curious as to what this second factory is going to be. There we go. Tech Lab is on the way. Again, we should be seeing tanks coming out from Kronos. But we'll see what direction he takes. At the same time, we have a Cyclone drop moving out as well, heading towards that pocket base. Ling run by is attempting to get across the map, but again, we have a full wall off. Like, these Lings, they can't really achieve too much here. And we're going straight for those drones, and there's barely any drones to begin with. Again, Revenge, he only has 48 workers. Target firing, 1 drone goes down. Oh, the pickup. A bit of miscontrol there. 1 Cyclone goes down. We have Cyclone speed on the way, and we're not getting into tanks, by the way. We're still committed to Cyclones. Aye. So this is kind of like a hybrid style here. It's Bio-Cyclone, Bio-Mech. Bio-Battle Mech, Cyclone speed in production. 1-1 is on the way here for the Bio Army. Getting into additional Marines. Interesting composition. The problem that I have with Cyclones here is that because this base layout is so secure, the Cyclones don't have any potential to harass. Like, run-bys aren't really a thing. Like, you can't run by this pocket base. You can't really run by this base either, because this is where the main army should be staying and should be stationed. So I'm not convinced by the Cyclone play. That's +1 vehicle weapons. As we are moving out with some Cyclone drops. What is this? This looks like a Heart of the Swarm variation of Hellbat drops. Cyclone drops, Poppy. Aye. Sensor tower is thrown down. Revenge is going to be threatening that wall. Still droning, getting up to 3-way saturation. Hive is almost done. With the Hive, we can get into Lunkers. Hydra Lurker Viper, even. Which would be ideal. Meanwhile, here come the Cyclones. We're looking to potentially snipe a base. Cyclones don't really do too much damage to buildings anymore, so we can maybe get the Queens even. Revenge is out of position. He has a massive Lingbane army over towards right-hand side, and the Cyclones, they rock up. Again, it takes a longer time to kill bases, so they're going to chip away at the hatchery. Lings are coming into support. We do transfuse. And the drop is forced back. And here comes the Lingbane. No tanks are in position. We're pushing in. The wall gets broken. The splits are not there. And we crash into the Bio Army. We get into the Mineral Line as well. SCVs are going down. The Marauders are going to be able to soak a lot of these hits, though. The kiting. Oof. The kiting was good enough, and we do survive. Kronos, he maintains his economic lead. He's up in workers. He has mules as well. He survives. Whew, that was... that was close, though. And we're still making more Cyclones. God damn it. More Cyclones are on the way. Baneling's in production as well. And we are going to be committing here. Going for +1 melee, where we haven't really made use of the Hydras. This is really weird out of Revenge. Remember, he rushed into the Hydra Den. Never really made use of it. Still just committed to Lingbane instead. Pushing in. Because it's Lingbane, this is where Widow Mines would come into play. Widow Mines or tanks, either or. Mines especially. We do bust in once again. We connect with the Marines. But so far the positioning is good. Hot pick up here, up the ramp as well. We do barely hold on. And these trades have not been worthwhile for Revenge. He's just been ramming his face against this wall and it just hasn't been worth it. And here comes the Cyclone drop. Take down the Queen. We can go for the workers. Drones are going down. Oh my god, and there's barely any workers to begin with. Every single worker is going to be falling. Hydras come out just in time. We can even try to trade against them as well, but we do pick up. We do get the hell out of there. And Revenge, he's knocked down to 43 drones. Now finally getting into his Hydra production. We have the Ultra Cavern, I guess, if we wanted to. But now we have to give the edge to Kronos. Again, he's been secure on these 3 bases. This is the downside here. Like, this is a PSA. If you're playing on Radisson Station, if you want to be aggressive, you can't. Like, trying to break this natural base, it's so difficult. Imagine this game, but if Kronos had like 2 tanks, like one on the high ground, one low ground, or even a couple of Widow Mines, Revenge, he'd be trading even worse. So this aggressive style it's not really viable here on Radisson Station, and Revenge, he's fighting out the hard way. As he is pushing. Once again, this time with Hydras. Stop. Just calm down. Just drone. We just need a drone. Saturate our bases. Take another base. Calm down. But the Hydras are pushing. And into this mass marine army. Oh my god. Kronos, he's maxed out his macro bot. His macro is on point. And he's snowballing out of control. At this point, we can push. Hydras went down. No lurkers. If we had some lurkers, then we can fight this. This is a very marine-heavy composition. Very fragile army. If we have a handful of lurkers, then we can pull off a miracle. Instead, we're working on Ultra upgrades. I mean, Ultras can work as well. It's just Ultras aren't as seamless of a transition from Hydras. Like Hydras, they can morph into Lurkers. Ultras, they need a lot of time to morph in, and they're quite expensive as well. As we're getting into 333. +3 melee, range, and carapace all at the same time. You love to see it. Vipers are on the way as well to help support. And again, Kronos should now be pushing. Drop is coming out. And if Kronos were to move out now, there's nothing to stop him. Like, this Ling Hydra army would melt before the might of Kronos. Instead, he's going for drop play, just being safe and secure. Kronos has max. And again, now is the time to move out. Now is the time to push. And I'm hoping he does. Like, it's possible that maybe Kronos is waiting for 3-3, but like, there's nothing stopping him. The longer this goes on, the higher chances Revenge has of coming back in this game. And there it is, Ultras are now in production. We could have 100% hit before Ultras. Now we're moving out, it looks like. And now we're pushing. The Ultras, they may come out just in time, but it's only going to be 3 Ultras. Ooh, Revenge, he's supply blocked. 4 Overlords are on the way. They're going to be pushing through the center. Yeah, these Ultras, they will finish. Looks like we're checking the gold base first. Scanning ahead of time. The Ling Bane army is amassing. Kronos so far just taking it slow and steady, working through all this creep. He scans the army. And how good are the splits? Ah, we need a pre-split. Lightning clouds are thrown down. The Cyclone's going to be going down as well. And so far, the spread is good enough. It's more than good enough. We annihilate the army. It melts before the might of all these Marines. And now only Ultras remain. So far, the kiting is, again, good enough. We take down the Ultras. Who needs ghosts? We have 1 ghost. Yeah. Who needs them? Not Kronos, as we just stim and win. There's nothing to slow him down. We have 4 Ultras in production, but the base is going to fall. So will all these workers. 3-3 did kick in for the Zerg. Decent Bailey connections, but Ultras on their own, they can't really stand strong. We're kind of breaking through. Kind of. That's going to be the final Ultra going down. Again, we have a couple of reinforcements trickling on in. Looks like Revenge, he may even force a pickup. The powerbomb. A split, Pappy, split. Ah. There we go, we do split towards the end. From here, Kronos backing up. He's got a massive bank to work with as well. 3k minerals, 2k gas. We're still making Cyclone. Aye. Still making Cyclones. +3 vehicle weapons is on the way. I'm shaking my head. Shaking my head, Pat. As the Ultras on their own, again, they need support. Ultras, they need Fungal Growth or Ling Bane as well. They're going to get shut down. They trade with Marines, but overall, Kronos, he takes a better trade. He has the economy. He can expand from here. He can pick up his main, take the gold if he wanted to. And we can move out. There are still Ultras, and you can see that it's been quite difficult for Kronos to actually work his way through the Ultras just because of the lack of Marauders. Lack of Ghosts, lack of Snipes. Here we go, we're pushing in. I love that the Cyclones are being used to tank. They're being used to, like, just take the swipes to the face. It's kind of working, you know, they take 2 swipes. Kronos just rallying his army together. There is a hidden base here towards the north. Kronos, he doesn't see, he doesn't know. He hasn't seen the base. Revenge trying to hold on here, hoping that Kronos overextends. Here comes the Ling Bane. Up. Here comes the Ling Bane. So far, the stutter stepping is okay. We do take some Baileys to the face. Do we have any snipes? As we barely do, or barely will clean this up. That's a lot of medevacs. As the army is forced back. Revenge, once again, he's holding. Barely. And really, this hidden base is keeping him in this. If Kronos was aware, he would have shut this down long ago. But it's still fully operational. Gold base now being taken, we're double expanding. Kronos remaxing. Again, what does he need against all these ultras? Liberators, Marauders, Ghosts would be ideal. We're getting there. Less Cyclones. As we are building up for like the third attack wave. Here we go, we are pushing. As we do end up landing one of those parachute bombs as well. Decent connection, but a good split here from Kronos, keeping his Medevacs alive. He's holding. He's dealing with it, and I do think that Revenge is again being a little bit overeager. He needs to, talking about the Zerg player a little bit, we need to expand. We need to take more bases. We need to get an economy set up here. The game so far has been all about surviving, and hey, we've survived. It's been impressive, but now we need an economy, and it's something that we just don't have. Because of that, Revenge is stuck at sub 150 supply this entire time. He's been barely treading water. He's running out of resources, running out of gas geysers. There we go, hatchery now being taken. But it may just be too little too late as we have Remax once again. We still have more get rid of the Cyclones! Get rid of them! They're dead supply. Ay, ay, ay. Well, more Marauders or Ghosts would just be better here, but it's fine. We're pushing in. I'm shaking my head. Get him out of here. These Cyclones, they've been stopping you from winning the game, Bob. Este Cyclones. How many ultras do we have? 9 ultras. Oh my god. But pushing into these freedom zones. The freedom has arrived. Liberation is here. And there's no answer. There's no anti-air. I mean, there's a couple of Hydras, but Hydras pushing into freedom zones is a difficult thing to do. Viper comes in, yoinks a lib. But the freedom goes ham. Oh my god. The ultras are getting annihilated. We're breaking through the line though. We bust through the libs. We're getting on top of the army as well. The ultras getting very low. They will all go down. Only Hydras remain. That was 9 ultras down the drain. We have 0 left. 1 in production. And Kronos, he's popping off. He's on 70 workers. Full saturation. Full mining for the most part. There's an orbital, not a planetary, so Revenge, he can actually get some damage done. He is going for the space on the right-hand side. He's catching some SCVs. Kronos, he has to respond. He's out of position. SCVs are going down. Revenge, he's not taking this line down. Oh, there is a planetary as the 4th, though, so we have to respect that. We'll have to back up. As the Marines are stimming on 4. The Hydras, they're getting caught out as well. Expensive losses here for Revenge. I didn't mind him harassing this base and denying mining and killing workers, but committing to a fight here was not the right call. Bleeding out too much. Behind this, we're building up the ultra count again. Scanning. Oh my god, the scans. He scans bottom right. He still hasn't seen the base. He doesn't scan top left. He scanned bottom right, but doesn't see the hatchery. We're pushing in. Scans are real. Hydra's coming in from behind, catching some reinforcements. Oh, but hiding not quite there. get a full surround, but alas, this Bio army is being cleaned up, actually. Oh my god. The trace, the move command. Revenge, he's pulling this off. Despite being so far down in supply, the control wasn't quite there for Kronos, and oh my god. Revenge, he's yeah, fighting well, everything considered, all things considered. Again, the kiting here has I mean, Kronos has been struggling to kites, and I mean, pulling back into Hydras was less than ideal. The surround was real. Clutch transfuse, keeping these ultras alive. Okay, we're gonna be Muley to try to keep these medevacs alive as well. The repairs are real. Look, the liberation zones. Oh my god. It is becoming a bit too much. The army kiting back here through the freedom zones. With the reinforcements still mainly marine. Oh my god. As Revenge cleans this up. Oh my god. He's barely surviving. Spire on the way so we can finally make some anti-air to deal with all these medevacs. I still need to say that like Kronos is in a better position, but like these engagements, they haven't really been ideal. He's not making it easy on himself. As the Ultras go for a big counterattack, they're forcing everything to turn back around. SCVs are falling. We get some snipes. Let's go. Finally, some snipes. We deal with the army. Now we can push. And once again, what do we have left here? Have we run out of steam? It looks like we kind of have. Like every single one of these fights, we've had like maybe like 5 or 6 ultras. Kronos. We're expanding towards the top left. Kronos, he doesn't know. He hasn't seen. He doesn't know. As we're finally going to be rotating up towards the north. It looks like we are finally going to find this base. After the almost the entire game, it's been here mining. But Kronos should be checking. At the same time, a big counterattack, we may end up in a weird base trade. Yeah, these SCVs are looking quite exposed. Again, no planetary. And we're committing. We come across the bases and we're just going for a full base trade. Let's go. We're going to be pushing forward. The Ultras are across the map. The planetary is going to trade well, but will eventually fall. And we're going to keep on pushing. Kronos, he should be able to bust into the main. There's nothing back. Oh, I say there's nothing back at home. There are 2 Ultras. At the same time, Revenge busting into the main base of Kronos as well. We need some urgency here. We need to dive in. We need to push, Papi. Revenge looking to get on top of the production. Here come the freedom zones, and again with these freedom zones we should be able to break through. But I feel like I've said that multiple times at this point. Good bathing connections. But the Ultras go down, and finally we've broken in. Oh my god. We have finally made it here. Ultra's gonna be trickling on forward. Production is under fire. These bases still up and running, by the way, but we get on top of the tech, and with this, there's nothing else that Revenge can do from here. Sure, he's broken into the main base, so we have so many other bases here. Production is being rebuilt. We could always lift these buildings, but it's fine. It's fine, don't worry about it. As we push into the main, we're cleaning up all of this tech. There's no mining here at the natural either. And the question becomes, are we gonna really go down to the last buildings? Oh no. I hope not, as Kronos doesn't push into the pocket base. He's actually turning back around. Looks like he wants to deal with the main army, or yeah, go towards top left. Alright, what do we have? Units tab. We have 2 Ultras and 40 Lings against 35 Marines, 10 Marauders, 11 Liberators. Yeah, we come across the last mining base. No more economy for the Zerg player. And we will take down at the top left as well. It was a good effort from the Zerg. Again, the economy is really what hurt him. The lack of economy, the lack of mining, lack of saturation. Good fights, but if only it did come down to the fights. As eventually Kronos overwhelmed. GG. No, GG. GG gets called and Kronos will take the game. Oh my god. GG. Well played. I mean, slow and steady. I'm adverse to the mass cyclone style. I feel like the cyclones were hurting Kronos more than helping him. I'm shaking my head. But outside of that, solid play overall. GG, well played. Good to see you playing again. It's been a long time. Again, Kronos has been busy with his studies for many, many years. Busy with, of course, becoming a doctor. And as a result, hasn't had the luxury of playing too much in a very long time. So good to see you back, Pappy. Good to see you back. Good to see you in the chat. And with that, Kronos will take the final game here. And that is our final replay cast. Our final replay of the night. We are done. It's been a 5.5 hour stream. Oh my god. We're done. We have finished the marathon. We casted KSL yesterday, like over 24 hours ago. KSL into World Team League, into ESL Masters Americas, into the Tenacious Tussle, into some viewer replays. We're done. It's time for bed. It's time to get some sleep. Thank you so much, everyone, for tuning in, and a shout out to all the lovely people that redeemed their replays here and had us cast. Thank you, do appreciate it. When it comes to the rest of the night, we're going to be back in 7 hours. 7 hours and 49 minutes, so I'm going to be able to sleep for maybe 6. I'm going to try and sleep for 6 hours, and then we're going to be getting up, ready to go for ESL Masters Asia in 7 hours and 40 minutes. After ESL Asia is going to be ESL Masters Europe and ESL Masters Americas. So we'll see you then in around 8 hours for the finals of all the regionals. This is it, the final day of ESL Masters. Be sure you're a part of it. It's a big weekend, a big day of StarCraft. We're going to be crowning multiple champions. The champion for Asia, the champion for Europe, and the champion for the Americas as well. So see you soon. See you then. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate the support. Big shout out to all the support that we got tonight as well. We got raids from Jason. We got raids from Dave Testa, from Ryu as well. And Games Kingdom, Gustavo, gracias. Thank you so much for all the raids. We got a couple of subscribers as well. We even got a couple of bits donated, so we appreciate it. Again, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. Stick around. We're going to be giving another StarCraft streamer a raid. Not too sure who, but we'll find someone to raid. We'll find someone to send everyone over to. So give them a chance, give them some love, give them some support. As we try to find someone. Oh, Eon. Oh, Pappy. Eon is laddering. I think we're going to be, sending our raid over to Eon. Again, he's a great guy. Is a Costa Rican Zerg player. The best player in all of Costa Rica. So give him some love, give him some support. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thanks so much for everything here. And we'll see you guys in just under 8 hours for some more StarCraft. See you then. Thanks for watching, everyone. Bye.